Great, thank you, everyone. We're just coming back from recess, and we've been able to solve the internet problem that we were having. We were just about to have a presentation on Youth Safer Communities project, and I had been asking for a motion. So under our procedural bylaw 7.8.6, presentations are limited to 15 minutes in duration unless council passes a resolution to extend the time limit. The feeling of council is that this is a very important topic, and a lot of work has gone into this topic. And so instead of having that pressure there, I would like to provide our presenters today the opportunity to present. Now, under our procedural bylaw, this does not include question time. However, I just want to there not to be that pressure of them having to watch the clock or us having to watch the clock. So with that intention, I would love to have the support of council on this. And Councillor Schindler, right before our internet decided to not help us out, I believe you're about to make the following motion.
I was. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee allow an extension of time for the Youth Safer Communities project presentation beyond 15 minutes.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And I'm going to re-invite up Ms. Coralee Mcintosh from Synergy to introduce our presenter and get our morning started here with this presentation.
Good morning, Mayor Dean and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this morning and for the extension on the time. Really appreciate that. I would like to take the opportunity to invite Hannah Mogul up to present on behalf of the Chestermere Area Community Coalition. She is the research student that has been working on this project for the last number of years, so I want to give her the opportunity to present the findings.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to present today. I, again, really appreciate it. I am Hannah Mogul. I'm here with Synergy on behalf of the Chestermere Area Community Coalition to present the findings of our research project, the Youth Safer Communities Project, to you.
With this presentation, would you like to go all the way through and the council ask questions at the end of it, or would you like questions throughout?
Let's do questions at the end.
Questions at the end?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Perfect. So a brief agenda for the presentation. We'll go over the background of the project, methods, what we did, the results, recommendations, and then conclusion, and we'll wrap up with questions at the end. All right, so the concern for youth safety and well-being in Chestermere, Langdon, and Southeast Rockview really started to increase after youth died by suicide in September 2020. In response, the Chestermere Area Community Coalition was formed, and we conducted a survey and a follow-up study on focus groups to determine what youth need to feel safe in their communities. And the purpose of doing this was to gain a deeper understanding of youth safety and well-being. The surveys allowed us to get like a really good general idea of these concepts and current experiences, and then we kind of dug into these ideas a bit more with the focus groups. So the methods, how we did this, you can see in 2021 to 2022, we did the survey. So we surveyed quite a large sample of students from Chestermere, and then we also surveyed some adults too to gain the adult perspective on these youth issues. The follow-up study was done in 2022 to 2023, and this is where we did focus groups. You can see the number of focus groups we did there on the slide with youth residents in Chestermere, and then again, we did focus groups with adults too to gain the adult perspective on these issues. So the results of both of these studies are many. The first results that we'll use to kind of frame the remainder of this presentation is definitions of safety and safe spaces. These were generated from the survey findings, so this is what it means to be safe for youth and what it means to be in a safe space for youth. So safety to youth means that they will not be physically harmed. They'll have access to emergency services, basic necessities, and a place or a person that they can go to when they need, and they will not feel scared or anxious. So that's safety. In terms of a safe space, this is a space where youth feel accepted, welcomed, loved, happy, respected, and comfortable, and they The space includes positive ideas, friends, and fun things. It is a non-judgmental space. It is quiet and private, and it is a place where they can think freely and express themselves freely. So this is a really, really strong finding from this survey and can be used in multiple facets moving forward. And this is also how we'll use it to talk about these concepts moving forward as well for the remainder of the presentation. The remaining results are organized into 6 different themes. Each theme provides a number of insights, and they're all kind of grouped together, in themes that talk about a certain topic. So we're going to work our way through each of these themes, kind of digging into these pieces a bit more. The first theme is factors that support safety. These are factors in our community, and so that includes everything except for schools. Schools are kind of parsed out into a separate theme that we'll talk about later because that's a really important context to piece apart. So the first piece here is locations or circumstances where youth feel safe. So this is really helpful because understanding what supports safety is necessary to know so we can learn from things that are working really well and continue to do those things well. So we found that there's many locations where youth feel safe. Some examples are homes, Tim Hortons, Anniversary Beach, the public library, and the rec center. And the reasons for this is because of the people there. It's a comfortable space, they feel welcome, and it's a fun space to be. The homes of family members and friends were a really big safe place for folks. They felt that they were able to trust their family members there or their friends, and they were able to express themselves freely in these spaces. In terms of locations where youth are most likely to connect with people who they feel safe, we can see from the survey results on the slide that it tends to be home and school. Another piece of insight was that, yes, it has to do with locations that creates feelings of safety for youth, but a lot of it also has to do with the people in those locations. So a really positive result from our survey was that 95% of youth have one or more safe people in their lives. And so that's really important to recognize. People who increase feelings of safety for youth, regardless of location, tend to be friends, family members, teachers, and family friends. And often it can just be that if there's a familiar face around them, then they just tend to feel safer. So that's also something important to recognize. Theme 2 is related to factors that do not support safety, so it's the inverse of theme 1. So the first part here is, the first insight is locations or circumstances that make youth feel less safe. So another interesting survey finding was that about half of youth feel unsafe 1 to 3 days a week. This is really illuminating. So of these, like half of youth who reported this, they tended to report that they felt unsafe in community spaces. And so we kind of followed up with that with our focus groups to dig into that insight a bit more. And the reasons for feeling unsafe in these community spaces tended to be that they were fearful of being physically attacked, being alone in these community spots, seeing strangers or, quote, creepy people, unquote, in these spaces. They were also fearful of bad drivers or busy intersections. The crosswalk outside of St. Gabriel and Prairie Waters was also highlighted as a significant concern. And one of the big areas that was highlighted to us was the area around Anniversary Beach, the parking lots and the shops behind John Peak Park, the bike park and the skate park. So those kind of like 3 main areas. For youth, it was well known that youth groups who caused conflict tended to be in these spaces. They would cause conflict with peers while they were there or use substances, and this just tended to make feeling safe in that space a lot more difficult. And then because of that, those spaces would tend to be less safe on after school hours and on weekends. It was noted in spaces like the bike park or the skate park, when adults were there, it tended to be more safer. And then when they went home, then it was like a little bit less safe for them to be there. Another location, this wasn't mentioned at the same frequency as the other ones, was the back alleys near a middle school in Circle K. This again was a kind of another well-known spot that youth kind of tended to avoid because they knew those peer groups who caused conflict would hang out in those areas. And then a last concern there on the slide is water safety. So there was some significant concerns related to being in the lake, such as like getting bumps on the skin after swimming. So then the second insight here in this theme is how people make youth feel less safe. So the peer groups came up again, so we got a little bit more detail here. So honestly, like one of the biggest things was that other youth tended to make youth feel less safe. These youth were typically in grades 9 to 11, and they described the conflict as like gangs hassling each other or calling them enemies or ops, which is a slang for opposition. So that was kind of a piece that like really made youth feel less safe, a big predictor there. One of the other big factors was predatory adults on video games and social media. These adults were described as pedophiles by youth, and they were present on all video games or platforms. This was confirmed by youth, and there's different experiences for girls and boys, so it's a gendered experience of these adults on these platforms. On the same note of gendered experiences, we heard from girls that they tended to feel less safe when walking outside because there was a risk of being catcalled or having inappropriate things shouted at them. And then lastly here, another factor of people driving feelings of lower safety was grades 5 to 6 youth reporting a fear of being kidnapped by others. This was often connected to a fear of being alone, but it was a really strong finding. Theme 3 here goes over safety in schools, and this covers a lot of different experiences in schools except for bullying. We parse that out into a different theme because it is a really big thing and can happen in schools and outside of schools. So we want to acknowledge first that schools are a safe place for some youth, and we heard that in our focus groups and we heard that in our survey, and some said that they would go for help at school if they need it. They have established relationships with people who are supported, they feel accepted, and there's trust at school. However, we were interested in the ways in which youth did not feel safe, so we'll spend most of our time kind of working through those different parts. So the first insight here is that shoving and yelling in hallways constantly creates physical safety concerns for students, alongside frequent threats of physical violence among peers who have conflict with each other. And the latter, we tended to see that at the middle school age group levels. Youth noted how weapons are brought to school, like mace and knives. They said that this occurs weekly, enough that it needs to be addressed, and it's not currently being addressed. Supporting this finding, counselors that we did a focus group with in the schools noted that they have seen an increased need for support helping students navigate peer conflict. The next insight here is that there were some concerns related to teacher-student relationships. So this mostly revolved around students not feeling supported, either academically or emotionally. So an example of this is not being listened to when asking for help when it comes to academics or emotional concerns that they might be having. Other concerns related to well-being in schools includes how youth felt like they could not express themselves, and also intense feelings of academic pressure. From the adults that we did focus groups with, we had some kind of a different perspective added in here. They had a lot of concerns about class sizes. Do staff in schools have the capacity to support students in need? That was a really big one. And we got a good answer from our counselors that we did a focus group with, and this was confirmed that they actually do not have capacity to support all the students. They spend time outside that they're not paid for, and even then, with that time unpaid, they still don't have enough capacity to support every student in need of help. Another piece of insight from adults was that they were observing more youth having difficulties with self-regulation, especially during unsupervised time. All right, so the next kind of piece here in theme 3 is related to changes in learning in schools. So this is really important and connected to well-being, because if youth feel like they're not learning in schools, then their sense of well-being kind of goes down. So this is kind of why this came up in our focus groups. So they felt that the delivery of the curriculum was not engaging. They wanted this to improve and for it to be more fun. They wanted more varieties and options and electives because they saw these as really valuable learning opportunities and wanted to see more. Adults also identify different topics that they believe students should be learning in schools. This includes mental health, coping skills, how to stand up for yourselves and others, and social media safety. They saw these as gaps in current education in schools. And so then moving on to another piece that came out from our focus groups was changes to the structure of schools, like how they actually function as an organization. And so this was really interesting because youth told us that they wanted schools to be more than a place they go to learn. They wanted it to be a place to build relationships and a sense of community. So that was a really important insight. And they asked for things like school dances and just more opportunity to like be in relation with each other to help support this. Both youth and adults had issues with consequences for behaviors in schools. They felt that the way that consequences were currently handled did not actually address behavior change in students. There was a lack of accountability. So we heard this very strongly from both perspectives, the youth and the adults. And this was even, like, again, acknowledging that every school applies consequences differently. There's like little differences between each school. So they felt like even then across the board that there was a lack of accountability. And lastly here, another change they wanted to see to the way that schools function is additional extracurriculars and clubs that are not sports related and are financially accessible. All right, moving on to theme 4. So this kind of digs into social dynamics, relationships between youth, and we've kind of seen this come up across like as a thread between all of the previous themes. So we're gonna find out a little bit more about that. So, in relation to bullying, we don't have numbers to share with you, but what I can tell you is that the youth who talked to us in focus groups, of those who told us that they were bullied and felt like comfortable to share that they were bullied, they said that it happened to them anywhere from a few times a week to all the time. So this, again, reinforces that bullying is still a significant concern for youth in their day-to-day lives. They told us who bullies. Most often, it's peers their age in their classes, that sort of thing. But it can also be siblings. Siblings can be bullies. And sometimes it's people they don't know, so like the strangers in the hallways consistently shoving them. Bullies can also be friends, and adults can be bullies as well. Bullying can look like a range of different behaviors. So it can range from having mean comments like consistently directed in your direction, being shoved into lockers, being called names or slurs, not being taken seriously, or being pressured to act in a certain way. It was confirmed that youth are most often bullied for their physical appearance, so things like clothing choice or body size. It's important also to highlight that we heard that queer youth have a distinct bullying experience. So the stat there on the slide says that 15% of youth in the survey responded that they feel unsafe due to gender identity or sexual orientation. And this was also highlighted and brought up by adults in our focus groups. They said that many queer youth they work with do not feel safe or respected due to ongoing disregard for their gender pronouns or their sexuality. And then the last piece there on this topic is related to peer group conflict. So again, this just reinforces that this is a systemic issue that our community is facing. This can look like gossip or rumors being spread in person or online, spreading hate about others, and this can sometimes lead to friendships being ended. There was a lot of comments about the amount of fights, the conflict between peer groups. And then it was astutely observed by one of our participants that this conflict between peer groups tends to be between different ethnicities in our communities. At the time we heard from this youth, they noted that it was between white and Lebanese youth, although noting that this could have changed. So yes, again, reinforcing that this is a significant thread throughout all our data and represents a serious problem. It has negative impacts on youth development and youth relationships, and it must be taken seriously and addressed. The next piece of insight in this theme is bullying online. Youth told us that it looks really similar to being bullied face-to-face, kind of same behavior, same people that tend to do it online, but there's a few differences, and the biggest problem being that youth become anonymous, so it's a lot harder to address because you can't trace back who was perpetuating that behavior. And so then adults have a lot of concerns also on this topic because they were worried that youth were seeing bullying and fighting and conflict constantly online, so that this was leading to a normalization of this behavior. And then lastly here, it was noted that despite this like systemic problem of bullying online and conflict online, youth did highlight that it is an important place for them and it can be a safe place. They told us that there's a lot of different strategies that they use to maintain their safety online so they can continue to hold like connections and engagement with peers. Some of these strategies tend to be like blocking people, leaving the video game, reporting people who DM them, that sort of thing. Last piece here is that adults noted that they wanted to support youth with being safe online, but struggled to do so, so they requested more education on this topic. Last piece of insight on this theme is about racism. So racism is present in our communities, and it does impact feelings of belonging for a considerable number of youth, as we can see with the statistic there on the slide. Youth told us that they are called racial slurs. This could happen with friends, strangers in the community, on video games. They highlighted that white peers might not be the most understanding. We heard comments like white peers saying that Black Lives Matter is not an important movement, or having a dress worn on Culture Day being called a costume. And then adults also noted from their observations with youth that they may be hesitant to talk about race and ethnicity. So all these different observations here and reports kind of highlight that, yeah, this is a problem in our community. Theme 5 is related to mental health and well-being. So when we asked youth about attitudes towards mental health and well-being, personally, they said that yes, it's good to talk about mental health. So we heard from the folks that we talked to that they had a pretty good attitude towards mental health, and that's like an issue if you don't talk to others about your mental health. But when it came to other people, they said that some people are like holding a good attitude towards mental health, but most often they don't actually have a good attitude towards mental health, especially if you share something. So across the board, they often felt judged. They were made to feel that they were oversharing. And then when it comes to sharing with youth, sometimes it was made to think that they were in a competition with their peers. So an example we heard from a youth is like someone like sharing that they've had a panic attack this morning, and then their peer responding being saying that they've had like 5 already this morning. You're fine, I win. Yes. And so then the next piece here, the next description on this topic was that there's differences in how youth and adults respond. So if a youth was to go to another peer, they tend to be judged. Rumors may be spread about them. They're not understood or believed, or they might even get bullied in response. In comparison, when youth go to adults for help, adults might not understand. They may ignore or dismiss that youth, and they might try to help, but it doesn't actually help, or sometimes it can make things worse. So we asked youth what they did about this, and they told us that if they do go talk to someone about their mental health, it has to be the right person. So the people they tend to go to for help, the right people, tend to be friends, parents, teachers, siblings, and cousins. There's many more than this, but these are the top 5. And then there's reasons why they go to these people. They hold certain characteristics that make them a safe person to go to. So the top 5 characteristics are trust. They give good, genuine advice. There's privacy and confidentiality. They truly listen, and they really care for you and are kind. The next insight here in theme 5 is related to self-harm and suicide. There's a considerable portion of youth who are at risk for self-harm, which we can see there with the statistic there on the slide. On a related note, we heard from CDAs and counselors that they've had many students managing anxiety and depression, which is often linked to self-harm. So that's another piece of context to go behind that statistic. And some adults also noted that students might not understand the significance of needing to tell an adult when a peer discloses that they are thinking of harming themselves. And then it was really interesting that when we asked about mental health and attitudes towards mental health, experiences around mental health, suicide only came up twice across all 13 focus groups we did. We interpreted this as a signal of there maybe being a lack of awareness or discomfort with this topic. Theme 6 here is on gaps and needs. So these are gaps that youth believe must be addressed in addition to the systemic problems that we reviewed in the other themes. So the first insight here is related to facilities and amenities. We heard that more than half the youth in this survey wanted a safe space. And in the focus groups, we heard from youth that they wanted a space to hang out and talk. So these spaces, these facilities, offer that to youth. They offer a space for them to connect with each other, to build a sense of community. And this was often given as the explicit reason for why they wanted to see these spaces in their community. So the top 5, or more than 5, but the ones that are important to students and youth in Chestermere are listed there on the slide. And so then the next piece here is programming, so gaps in programming that youth want to see in our community. Again, this is also related to having the space to connect with others, which really leads to positive well-being and mental health outcomes for youth. Again, the kind of top needs there for special interest programming, social recreation programs are on the slide as well for Chestermere. And then lastly here, we heard about gaps in support services in our community. So youth identified support services that are missing. Again, the list there is on the slide, and they felt that these were necessary to support basic safety needs. So that brings us to the end of the results. What do we do with all that information? We've created 2 tiers of recommendations. The first tier there is on the slide. These are 4 overarching recommendations to guide the way that our community moves forward now that we have all of these insights. So the first there is related to community efforts. So it is very clear from all these findings that this is a community-wide issue that implicates many actors and many different organizations in our community. So to address this and to address these issues that youth have made very clear to us, it requires a community-wide effort. There must be collaboration and open communication to make this happen. Second here, we recommend to continue to engage youth as we move forward. They're experts in their experience, so continue to consult them in responses to these issues. Third recommendation is to address the lack of empathy from our perspective and the staff at Synergy. We felt that there was kind of a thread of a lack of empathy, and that's a skill that's really important for youth to hold. So we felt that this was required to be integrated into the variety of responses to these issues. And then lastly here, we recommend continuous evaluation, so assessing and improving interventions to see if they're actually doing what they're supposed to do and using feedback from youth to do this. It's also great to involve them in the evaluation process if possible. And then the second tier of recommendations is really specific, nitty-gritty, actions that we can take. And so there's a lot of them, as you can see, number 43 is on the slide. But what we've done is really broken out these really big problems into kind of bite-sized pieces and then identified who it applies to. So who is implicated in that specific action to take to respond to one of these issues that youth have identified. So all of the recommendations for this set are on our website in Appendix E. So I suggest that you go look for that after the presentation and after the meeting and take a look at which ones apply to the City Council. For example, for demonstration of this, number 7 there asks for county government to build more or deeper relationships with youth, and this applies to council and administration. And just kind of provide some guidance there for how this can happen. This applied to many different people and many different actors in our community, as again we saw that relationships and connection were a really strong theme throughout a lot of these data. Number 43 there is a second example. This is a recommendation to address the gap in mental health, and because it's mental health, it then pulls in a lot of different actors. So we see that, yes, this is of course going to be connected to provincial government, county government, public health care, community agencies, and school divisions. So it kind of identifies who needs to collaborate to address this recommendation. In conclusion, we learned a lot from youth about their safety and well-being. This is a nuanced and complex topic, yet there are clear next steps based on the issues and solutions identified by youth and adults. Lastly, we really hope that the information shared in this presentation and the report are used in the best interest of caring for youth and supporting youth in our communities. We needed to find out about their experiences. We needed to elevate and increase awareness of their experiences, and now we can move into problem solving with this in our back pocket. Youth represent a large portion of Chestermere constituents and deserve to have their needs met. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation, and now I believe we can move into questions.
Great, thank you. Lots of information there, and I'm glad that this has now been presented to council, and now we have an opportunity to have some conversations and then to look at what we as a council can do moving forward. So before I get to questions I may have on my list, I want to open up to council to see if there are questions or comments that they have with regards to the presentation. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and my comments through you to administration and to the presenter. Thank you so much for all this work. Some parts of this are hard to listen to, but it's really important. I actually just had a clarification question to start. There were two different statistics here. So you said 15% of youth feel unsafe due to gender identity and/or sexual orientation, and then 17% of you said that having a different first language makes them feel like they do not belong. And was that percentage of all youth, or was that percentage of youth of that specific demographic?
Through the chair to Councillor Sanpo, that was that percentage of all youth. Yeah,
Percentage of all youth.
yeah, for both of those.
So just a flag on that for contextualizing. I don't know. I don't know how many queer youth there are in that population. I don't know how many youth there are that have a new first language, but it's just or a different first language other than English. But I think it's just worth noting that these young people who are in these demographics, it's not 15% of them. It's probably 80 to 100% of these kids are experiencing that, and we can't lose sight of that.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to the chair, to the presenter. Fantastic presentation. Thank you very much for that. It was a lot of great information. One comment I would like to make is, as you were doing your presentation, actually, Deputy Mayor Narayan mentioned to me that we have a rec task force that is looking at recreation in the city right now. And part of that is looking how to join maybe a high school with rec. But something we haven't done is engage the youth that is actually going to use this. We've asked the adults in the community what they'd like to see, but we haven't actually talked to the kids about what they want. What are their priorities? And that's something that I think we should take back to our committee. And as the chair of that, I can say I am going to take that back to the committee, and we are going to engage youth, and hopefully we get some great answers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair to administration and to our presenter. What was her name again? Hannah? Thank you, Hannah. Great presentation. I have a 12-year-old daughter, and this affects, all of us that are parents, and certainly those of us who aren't parents. My question relates to the actual data. When you discuss you brought out a couple of examples of bullying and other challenges amongst our youth. Are you seeing hotspots between certain communities, certain schools, or is this a systemic kind of if you're looking under the standard bell curve, is this kind of what your representation is? And if there are hotspots, maybe there's something we can do as part of your recommendations to address some of the hotspots, as opposed to trying to solve the whole problem as a whole.
Through the chair to Councillor Wierentzowski, because of the methods of this project, we don't have the data on that. So when we really dug into the bullying pieces, that was in a focus group methodology. So we don't have percentages or highlighting of which one, what is kind of a hotspot versus not, or what demographics, because we didn't collect that information. And a focus group methodology is, it's not numbers, so it's hard to identify frequencies and
What's your feeling though when you're talking to the kids in these focus groups?
There's different issues for different age groups. So the younger youth, grades 5 to 8, tend to be they're aware of the conflict and the bullying that occurs with the older youth, and so that is a fear for them. And then the youth who are in those age groups are very aware of those issues, and from our students in our focus groups, it happens every day for some students. So, and I think that's we heard that across pretty much every school that we went to, and we did focus groups in schools and in the community, and with different organizations, and we heard that pretty consistently throughout all of our groups that we did talk to. Yeah, I think, is that a fair? Yeah.
So no real hotspot, just consistent between our youth, sounds like.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
There's some geographic hotspots, though, that you've identified.
Oh, Yeah, so I
Yes.
mean, those locations, that tends to be where like the bullying and the conflict occurs. Like if it's like to be acted out, sometimes it happens there, sometimes it happens in schools, sometimes it happens online. But those ones in terms of like physical locations, we have a good idea about, like behind, like in John Peak Park and those parking lots, and then over by like Circle K. Those tend to be areas where like if physical things were to happen outside of school, it would probably happen in those areas.
And a follow-up to that question, if I can, through the chair, administration again to you, Hannah. I'm looking at theme 1, where you detail some of the data on where people feel safe, mostly at home or if somebody's around that they know. This may sound like a dumb question, but I'll ask it anyway. If, let's say, somebody feels 80% safe at home, can we imply that 20% of the people don't feel safe? And if they don't feel safe, how unsafe do they feel? Like on a scale of 1 to 10, because that's probably a bit of a subjective question in regards to how unsafe they feel in some of those scenarios, like aside from some of those hot spots. Like if they say 80% feel safe at home, or does that mean 20% of our youth don't feel safe at home? And if they do, how unsafe do they actually feel?
Through the chair to Councillor Wierenski, I think like it's not an unfair assumption, but it is still an assumption. What we know for a fact is that 80% do feel safe at home. So it's kind of hard to speak to that like missing data, and I think is like potentially a misrepresentation of experience, because there could be a number of reasons why youth didn't indicate that they felt safe at home. It could be that they don't feel safe at home, like they in fact do not feel safe there. It could be that like youth are looking at the survey, and in that experience of doing the survey, it's more complex for them, so that sometimes they feel safe at home. Like you said, it's on a scale. So then because of that complexity, they didn't answer that way. So there's a couple different reasons for why people might not have responded in that way. So it's an assumption. I think it's like an okay assumption, but there are some risks to making that assumption.
Yeah, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, through worship and through Mr. Edney to Hannah. Fantastic presentation. Think of this as you defending your doctoral degree.
Wow,
yeah.
no pressure.
So maybe I'll start off with some academic questions now. Councillor Wierenski, he did bring up hotspots. I think that was a really good point. But he did, identify some of them when you were talking about the factors in the community where youth do not, feel safe. And when you were going through the list, I felt like, that's a better part of our community, sadly. But then I guess my question is, while you did list a number of people or groups that this youth would go and talk to with respect to mental health, where are these youth going to if they have concerns with respect to safety? So that's just one part of the question. The second part would be, how likely are they to actually report matters to authorities, say police or someone like that? Or parents, yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Narayan. Regarding your first question about who do they go to report concerns about safety, so this could be just a virtue of like how we collected the data and how we asked the questions, but youth, like from my understanding of when youth were talking about like the issues that they go to these people about, it encompasses like physical safety concerns, mental health safety concerns, like it's kind of all encompassing. So if they have a concern about their mental health, about like how they're feeling like related to anxiety, they'll probably go to those people. But also like when it comes to experiencing a safety concern such as bullying and being shoved in the lockers, that affects your mental health, and so you'll most likely go to those same people again. That is potentially an assumption on my part because we did not parse those two things out, so we didn't ask like, where do you go to for well-being and mental health needs, where do you go to for particular like safety concerns. So I don't know, like that's me interpreting the data. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. And I guess what I was trying to, allude to is, our youth comfortable and find it accessible to approach law enforcement, for example, right? So we used to have a member of youth representing on the Police Communications Committee, and there was a lot of value to it. Recently, we have not had any candidates, and maybe through the city, maybe that's something we can do and encourage more youth to be part of the committee, the Police Communications Committee, and provide that information to maybe fill in that gap, because right now the committee is primarily made up of adults.
Regarding that second question about like how approachable are officers and safety enforcement, they didn't come up on our list of when we asked youth who are their people they go to for, like, who are the right people they go to for help. And that, again, could be, we rephrase it as help. So it could be a variety of different issues that they're going to someone. But yeah, the authorities did not come up on that list. And so I think that is very telling. And the people who were at the top of that list, there's a reason why they're at the top of the list. And so I would argue that when it comes to improving the accessibility and the approachableness of these individuals, of our enforcement officers in our community, I would look to the list on youth support characteristics. Those are the reasons why they go to those people, because there's safety, because there's confidentiality, because there's trust. And those are the things that they need to encompass. And to be able to encompass those things, to have trust with youth, you also need to be out in the community, to have a relationship with you so that they can feel trust. Sure. That just doesn't happen from them doing a presentation at school and then them kind of like heading out the door. You need to be in relationship with youth to have those characteristics. So I would argue that would be a fruitful kind of route to take to look to improve the accessibility and approachableness of these important people in our community.
It's a fantastic point. Thank you so much.
I think, too, it's worthwhile pointing out that for the 2024 budget, the official administrator had approved 2 additional RCMP officers to our community, to 2 different units. But then there was a proposal to have 2 coming forward for our 2025 budget, with the possibility of exploring having a community support officer. I think the other thing, too, is that the RCMP have spoken about how they do assign a member to the schools. And so I do think it would be worth a follow-up through administration to further encourage those relationships, right? So one of the things, like I said, one of the things that does happen is our RCMP assign a particular member to a school. Now, it is not an SRO program. This is really, really important. It is not a school resource officer program. So there are some residents, for example, that hear about things that go on, say, in the city of Calgary with Calgary Police Service. We do not have that, and it is a completely different model than what the RCMP work under with CPS. And so the two should not be compared. However, I would encourage, if we can, to have administration follow up with our RCMP with regards to that program. Again, we do not direct policing in our city, but we can certainly encourage and get more information with regards to the assigning of officers to schools and see how often they're checking in, and also within our own CPO program. Mr. Edney, and then Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is actually a question for our presenter. If I look in these reports, can we find information on these hotspot areas? To the mayor's point, we do have our CPOs that we could, help direct to some. It's from what I'm understanding, listening to you, driving in front of the school isn't where this bullying and this issue is happening. It's somewhere away from the school, that if we had some more information on where those particular problem areas are, maybe we can direct some resources to at least be patrolling and have that presence in the area to hopefully deter some of this. So maybe we can follow up offline after this on that.
Through the chair to Mr. Edney, the information in this presentation are all in the reports and more. So they're rather long, but there's like a lot more detail in there too, like, and kind of like also other additional experiences that happen in those areas. Like, yes, the conflict happens at the John Peak Park, but there's also from our younger youth, there was reports of seeing like strangers or creepy people in those areas more often than other spaces. And so, yeah, there's a lot of additional information. All of those locations and details are outlined like explicitly in the reports. Yeah.
Certainly one of the questions I had was, were those hotspots shared specifically with the RCMP at the conclusion of this work?
Through the chair to the chair. Yes, this report was shared with all of our community members, everyone involved in the coalition. So we have we've done our due diligence, I believe, to share this with a lot of the community actors, especially all of the ones implicated in the recommendations. But yes, the RCMP and the police or peace officers have received copies of these reports. Is that correct? Yes.
I would also love to see, given as a new council, that administration be, if they already have, great, but please don't assume that that's been passed along. So what I would suggest is, if you're able to provide a copy of the full report to administration, and if administration could distribute that to all of council, I would love to review the full report. I've got some other ideas coming, but I'll wait because I like to let council go first, but I'm bursting here. Councillor Rundell.
Thank you, Your Worship. My first question, through you to administration, to Hannah. Thank you very much for presenting. It's very clear. And we all know, actually, there is these one is the problem into, I think, every city community have bullying and stuff. So when did you give this report to our CMP and CPOs? When did you hand it over to them?
Through the chair to Councillor Randawa, we distributed all the reports in the summer months. So everything, they should have received it then.
Along the question with this, so from summer till now, there's any action been taken or any consideration from the RCMP or CPO will given to you guys, or any discussion happened since? Any follow-ups?
Step in and help out with this question. So through the Mayor to Councillor Randawa. So currently, we have started some work on the recommendations, and one of the biggest running themes that we found throughout the information and the themes was that an opportunity to connect with adults and building up a safety network of adults within the community that youth can go to is very important in order to build up their safety. And so we are in the process of hosting 3 workshops in November. We've had one workshop already called Support Network Training. So the first one was on November 6th, and the focus was around community members. The second one is coming up tomorrow on November 13th, and that's focused on coaches and instructors, youth leaders, anyone that works directly with youth. We know that they work with youth on a regular basis, but just helping them to sort of focus in on more of those soft skills and knowing when and how to support youth the best they can. And then the third training will be on November 20th, and that will be for first responders and frontline workers. Again, knowing that they work with youth on a regular basis, but making them first responders, RCMP, Bylaw, fire, all of those different first responders more approachable for youth. We have heard from Staff Sergeant Randawa that they do presentations within the schools, and they offer for youth to come and chat with them after, and if you have any problems, to come and chat with us. And most often that they never hear from youth. And a lot of that is that relationship building piece. They want to make sure that any information that's passed on is done to someone that they can trust and someone that they know. So with that being said, Staff Sergeant Randawa was actually on that committee and one of the presenters for those workshops, and has been a part of the planning process for those workshops that are coming up. So our CMP is involved with those, and we'll continue those conversations throughout as we go forward with more of the recommendations.
Thank you. Because my reason is because this data, I don't want to increase this percentage, so we have to take from our side and stuff. So like if we have, we can help and to decrease this number, And the other thing from the presentation, I just want you, if you can add in the future, bullying is happening in school bus as well, and that is the reason I experienced that with my daughter couple of months ago. So there is happening while they were sitting in the school bus, like all small children and big children in the same bus, and that's happened. So I did intervene, and that will stop and will not happen continue. I make sure that, but sometimes youth or kids get scared, and especially the smaller kids get scared when the older kids tell them, if you tell your parents, I will do this and stuff. This is what exactly happened to my daughter, and she was scared to telling us, but she did told us, and we did intervene. And especially, I know parents are busy sometime, or there is some religious gaps, some other gaps as well into the community as well, and we need to listen to the kids because they need sometime our helps and stuff. And as adult, we know those all the things we can help them out, or where we can take them for help. Thank you.
I'm not sure who would be more fun to deal with, motivated Councillor Randhawa or upset Mama Bear Randhawa. Councillor Schindler.
I'm looking at this report, and I'm seeing a lot of action items that we can do on our end. Some things that were mentioned were the crosswalks on Invermere Drive outside St. Gabe's. I walk that every day. It's very dangerous. So with that said, I'm wondering if I should make a motion, or if I can make a motion to have administration do a comprehensive review of this report and come back with some action items for either the budget season or something that we can do in the short term. Would that be kosher?
So I certainly don't mind your idea. Can I get you to pause on that idea? Because I want another one I want to throw at you here in a second. So we may circle back to that if that's all right with you. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's right. Okay. I just wanted to do another quick follow-up. Let me just double check. Actually, no, you go ahead. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, by the way.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I had similar sentiments as Councillor Schindler, and through the chair, through administration, and to our presenters. Before Councillor Schindler presents such a motion, which I would be in support of, to our presenters, this is a general question, and I don't like asking generalities, but to Councillor Schindler's point and my thoughts, how can we help? How can the administration and the city? This report is great, and the next steps, you can see Appendix E has some listings here where it applies to the city and the like. And the reason why I asked the question is because you've done an amazing job outlining the challenges that we have in our youth community, but it's all in execution in trying to resolve some of these. So how can we help? And that might change Councillor Schindler's motion if this is already in process. So
can I jump in on this? So the suggestion I was going to come forward with to council and administration and our presenters is this. I would like us to book a workshop in the near future. And within that workshop, in between now and then, for the presenters to provide the entirety of this report to all of council so that we can do a full review of all the recommendations. And then I would love to look at us booking a workshop, whether an afternoon or possibly it may need to be an evening. And the way that I see this workshop looking at, including would be Synergy, who had done this work, our Community Support Services Department, City Council, RCMP, and CPOs, or representatives thereof as determined by administration, coming together and not going through the report as a presentation, doing the workshop as a recommendation that we come prepared that we've read it. Because if we do a presentation on the report at the workshop, all we're going to do is another presentation, right? And this presentation is great, so I'm not downplaying the presentation. I want to get to work on this and find some things. So there's ideas, for example, that I've written down of should we create a task force specifically about this issue? Should there be work that, so Councillor Grant mentioned the idea of bringing this back to the Recreation Task Force. I've made a note on here about bringing part of this back to the Not-for-Profit Task Force. So, Councillor Schindler, the reason I was hitting pause is I fully support your idea. I'm just wondering, before we have administration come back with a comprehensive review, why not get all the parties in the room together first? And we do that. As a collective with, again, a workshop with council, with Synergy, people that I am suggesting, and having a councillor make said motion for administration to work with Synergy on booking a workshop for council with regards to this issue. Councillor Schindler, would that further support the idea that you had?
I think that in the spirit of getting to work, I think that we should also, while reading that report, have an interpretation and some action items ahead of time. So
They have the action items in the report, though. That's what I'm saying.
there are some, but what can we do
That's
as a city from our perspective, rather than trying to hash it out?
Sorry, that's what I'm saying is that's exactly what we would do. Is because I feel like at this time we haven't read the entirety of the. I haven't. Right? So I would like to have an opportunity to read the entirety of the report, have us all have that opportunity, right? And then, because I do think, too, that we need to be careful because there's parts in this that we, for example, this is not an excuse nor placing somewhere else. We simply don't have control over, right? City Council, we can do all the things that we want to do. We do not control class sizes. What we do control,
No, absolutely.
right? And
Yeah.
so I would like to, to the point that was made earlier about getting everybody into the room all at the same time, and then walking away from that with like, who can take away to do what? What is City's Council's responsibility within that? Is what I'm suggesting. Is that again through that workshop. I see it as a very action-oriented workshop. It is not a presentation workshop. It is a I would see it as a delegation of responsibilities, and then what can the city do from the perspective of administration. My hope would be that since Community Support Services, hopefully with the support of the CAO, because we cannot direct that, but should the CAO so support Community Support Services coming, my hope would be that they would come prepared with recommendations as well, because they will have read the report.
That's what I was
And that
hoping
we're
for.
doing that, but that we're also doing that. You see what I mean? Like,
Yep.
I think it is an action-oriented workshop.
Absolutely. I'd like to hear from our CAO, if possible.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that's a good idea. I think to try to incorporate it into the budget meetings coming in a couple weeks is probably going to be premature, but we do have a final budget that comes in the spring that all of this can be then actioned and budgeted for in there. We can put some placeholders to do some things, but I guess my only question would be, when do you want to host this?
Yeah, I would say we're facing an interesting timeline right now, right? In that we are middle of November. We do know that we have 6 days of budget deliberations on the books coming up here in December. And so we have a number of pressures. And this is also a priority item. We are also headed into the holiday season, if you will. So I am wondering, so I guess my question to the presenters would be, if we were looking at booking this early New Year, say in January, would you feel that council is still treating this as a priority, or yes? That may be an unfair question, but I think we're trying to demonstrate that this is a priority for us, and we're trying to be as clear as we possibly can about the number of things that are facing council right now.
To the chair, I believe that is a decent timeline, knowing that, we have quite a few things planned throughout the rest of November. We do have some more presentations to key stakeholders such
That's
as
fair.
Rockview School Board and the Calgary Catholic School Division. So I think early in the new year does work well. We have provided full paper copies of the reports just behind your screen right there, Mayor Dean, this side.
Yeah.
And sorry, and to administration. So if you're a paper copy kind of reader, we do have full copies there available for you.
Great. Yeah, sorry. And it's not just us that are busy, so are y'all. So I also to respect your schedules as well, right? Within that, knowing that, yeah, you mentioned presentations that you have coming up, and you guys do so much work during the month of December as well with the regular work that you do, if you will, of Synergy. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. You can see the enthusiasm up here on council and our commitment to wanting to help. But I still want to go back to my question. You know, there's some suggestions here, task force, workshops, and through the chair administration, and again, to our presenters, what do you need from us? I mean, in your own words, if you're asked, you're taking the lead on this, which we so much appreciate how much influence you have in our youth committee. What do you actually want? Because the great suggestions up here, is that what you want? Or is there another support that council and administration can provide you that you feel would benefit our youth and your efforts?
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, thank you for bringing that focus back. I was hoping to be able to speak to that because it's a very good question. I love the ideas that are coming up. I think they're really great ideas, and like you said, we want to create action. We want to see this moving forward. So these are great ideas for ways to move forward. I do the recommendations are designed in a way for you to find things and to address those particular things in a way. So we've done our best to outline the recommendations and identify what's within your jurisdiction, but I would perhaps suggest going through all of them just to make sure we've got that right. So yeah, review them all and then see which ones are within your jurisdiction. I do believe that workshop sounds like a great idea because then we can take those recommendations and say, okay, how are we going to make these, what are the steps to get us to do this action item of what do we need to do to address the gap in mental health services? What are the actual, kind of bringing it down, even another level. So I think that's fantastic. And the recommendations were kind of designed to be able to allow those things to happen, to allow these conversations to happen, to allow teams to come together in a collaborative, multidisciplinary kind of way to work with these recommendations to guide them forward. So that's one piece. I would also say in the meantime as well, start the conversation. Talk to community members about this, raise awareness about the report. All of this information in the full report, in the recommendations parsed out in a separate file, along with an executive summary and also a guide on next steps are all on our website. So yeah, we have copies of the executive summary, thank you, that we can give to you, and it has information about how to access this on our website and where to go. So yeah, talk to your constituents, raise awareness, have these conversations with them, because as we said, some people may not be aware that there is racism happening in our community, but it is a real thing. So I think starting the conversation and bringing these issues more to the forefront so that we can get the entire community behind actions and ways forward is a really great way to kind of get the ball rolling now before we kind of sit down to have those meetings about hey, what are the specific things that we need to do on our end to address the gap in mental health services. Yeah, and I would also say you can start now on some of those recommendations, building relationships with youth. That's something that you can do tonight if you go out and talk to youth. There are some things in the recommendations that can happen now. Yeah, I think that's...
Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I guess this is a question for both council and yourself, Hannah. I think I just heard you mention that you have this report up on your website. So I'm wondering if it would be appropriate somewhere on our website either to do a bit of a news flash or have a link that links to this report.
Great idea.
Just, again, for more public awareness of what's in here and getting that message out to start some of that conversation in the community.
Councillor Schindler? It's a great idea.
That was going to be my point. Is through the chair to administration, do you need a motion from us to proceed with the review and any of the action items that we've just talked about, like posting it online?
So, Councillor Schindler, what I see us making two motions. Even if there isn't one to post online, I think we should make that motion because while there may not be a need, I think what it demonstrates from council is the importance of this and that we are in support of it. And the only way that we can show support on things like this is through resolutions. So I see two resolutions coming. One resolution would be for to direct administration to post the report online. On our website and social media platforms. That would be motion number one. Motion number two would be for council to, council to direct administration to book a workshop early in the new year with regards to this report. I see those as the two motions coming out of this. I guess the third would be we're accepting it for information. So we have three motions, except for information and the two I've suggested. Mr. Edney?
Through the chair, I just think on the second motion for administration to investigate dates, and then you can set the date at one of our regular council meetings.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I don't want to waste the opportunity to ask more questions, and through the chair administration again to our presenters. I know that there are other groups other than Synergy also looking at trying to resolve bullying and youth health, mental health in our community, such as the Chestermere Muslim Council. They have some really cool ideas and creating safe spaces. Are we collaborating? Does Synergy have a framework or strategy in collaborating with some of those other groups?
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, we collaborate with many groups within our community on a very regular basis and make sure that we're reaching out as often as we can. So, but always happy to have that door open and reach new groups as well. We have worked with the Muslim Council, so we would be happy to work with a number of groups on this. The Mental Health Coalition for Chestermere area is a multidisciplinary coalition as well, and we meet on a monthly basis to discuss different mental health issues for youth and the community as well. So always happy to invite everyone to those conversations and to have new conversations as well.
I think too, it's also appropriate to point out that at Task Force for Not-for-Profit, we are having some conversations about how to reimagine interagency. And so through this conversation, I think that can also influence that reimagining of how interagency is utilized as well. So,
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I mean, to that point, and back to my question in regards to the collaboration, I have some curiosity through the chair administration, again, to our presenters, in how do we, it sounds like we do a great job of canvassing and trying to get some people to subscribe to whatever workshops or whatever initiatives we have. And again, this is maybe a loaded question. How do we get to the people that are unwilling to participate? Because as that sense of community is strong within the community, how do we grow that community for people who aren't currently in it? And provide them a place where they can come to a safe space and have these conversations. They may not even have any peers that they can talk to.
Through the chair, that's a great question. Yeah. And it's an ongoing issue, is reaching out to as many people as we can. I think through word of mouth and through continued conversation, we can continue to invite those people out and maybe change the mindset of some people through the report, through the work that we're seeing, through the issues that we're seeing in our community, is just really keep that conversation going and making sure that it's evidence-based and fact-based rather than rumor mill and different things like that. So we were happy to have different open houses or different conversations like that, but I think sometimes it's those one-to-one word of mouth conversations that have the biggest impact, and just making sure that it's accurate information that's being shared.
What I see as well is I do see a big picture strategy that has been developed by council. And what I mean by that is we're going to witness this here a little bit later, and it's going to be a conversation that we're going to be having a little bit later about the utilization of our committees, right? We have created a task force for recreation that is looking at recreational needs. Within that, one of the things that we have seen demonstrated already is as a new idea was presented, the chair of that committee jumped on it right away, and he's like, hey, I could take that away and start to work on that, right? So within that, one of the things that we're going to see demonstrated later on in this meeting is councillors bringing back reports and ideas of what's happening within their committees so that we can talk about it as a council so that we can further that picture. We created a task force for not-for-profits. Why? So that we can have that bigger picture conversation, right? And then that, because of that conversation, there are now conversations that are happening with the councillors that sit on the grant adjudication committee, as well as a not-for-profit committee, so that, and the same staff serve on both committees, right? This council is really starting to demonstrate a big picture mentality with how we are tackling these issues. The struggle in any of this work is it just takes time, right? And the thing is that we know from the work that we've done as a council that through our personalities and through how we come at things, we are, the majority of us sitting up here are task-oriented, get it done yesterday, wired people. And so what's exciting is that we are wired that way, and at the same time, these things do take time to get done. What I find exciting sitting in this position is how this big picture is now starting to come together. And again, with a reimagining of something like interagency, how that can be utilized, how the different committees are talking to each other, the committee reports that are coming back together. This council is starting to demonstrate how we are going to be a leader in how to run a municipality. And I am ridiculously excited for this conversation, for the workshop that's going to happen, and for the conversations that are coming later on this afternoon. I'm a little giddy about how this is going right now. So with that, I think we have 3 motions coming out of this. So can I, Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee direct administration to coordinate with the synergy regarding council workshop with other...
Sorry, just a point of order. Should we accept for information first, then do the next 2? Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Randhawa.
No.
Can I have the motion? There we go. Councillor Randhawa, can you do this one?
Sure.
You can have the other
Thank
one
you.
too if you want. We just got to do this one first.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the Chestermere and Area Community Clinton presentation for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Still waiting. Oh, here we go. Great, thank you. Okay, Councillor Randhawa, you can do the second one. Oh.
Okay. I'd like to see this one changed.
Okay. Do you want to?
Can we just say with synergy regarding a council workshop to discuss the report? As soon as you put RCMP, CPOs, other applicable parties, what if the RCMP says we can't come?
Yeah. So can we just put with other parties?
Other relevant parties. Stakeholders, yeah, that's a good one too.
Can we put parties?
Yeah, we don't want to use that.
If it's stakeholders.
To the mayor, can you let us know which one you would prefer, stakeholders or parties?
Get rid of stakeholders.
Let's just use parties.
Stakeholders is.
Let's just use parties.
Take away subject.
CAO, are you good? Okay. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee direct administration to coordinate with the synergy regarding a council workshop with other relevant parties to discuss the report and presentation for the youth safer community at future meeting of council.
The only question.
Part enough. Can you take that future meeting of council part out? Want to reword that?
Do you want a timeline on this? Like end of February? I'd prefer January, but end of February? Is that good? Okay, Councillor Randawa, can you restate, please?
Sure. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee direct administration to coordinate with the Synergy regarding a council workshop with other relevant party to discuss the report and presentation for the youth safer community by the end of February 2025.
Should we be the Youth Safer Communities report? I can't make friendlies. Youth Safer Communities Survey Report. Yes, that's the name.
Just no survey. Just
Yeah, do Safer Communities project even.
project. Yeah.
Yeah.
We know the intent of the motion.
I think we do, yes.
It's his report.
But yeah.
Project's probably better.
No, I'm saying that instead of report to discuss to name it, the Youth Safer Communities Report. We should name it.
Call it project, because it's not, we're going to talk about more than just the report.
Sure.
There's multiple.
Okay, sure. No, sorry. Where it says report, we're taking out the word report. No.
No, discuss the
Someone
youth
want to read it?
safer communities project.
Youth Safers Communities.
Delete like half that sentence. The, and delete project up to.
Okay, let's have one person.
Yes.
The Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to coordinate with Synergy regarding a council workshop with other relevant parties to discuss the Youth Safer Communities project by the end of February 2025. Are we good with that? Sorry, Councilor Nadal, one more time.
Thank you. I move that the Governments and Priority Committee direct administration to coordinate with Synergy regarding a council workshop with other relevant party to discuss the Youth Safer Community project by the end of February 2025.
Comments, questions? I was scared to ask. Okay, call for the vote. Great, thank you. And I believe we have a third motion. Yeah, that's it. Can I have a Councillor, Deputy Mayor Narayan?
Thank you. Move that the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to post the Chestermere and Area Community Coalition report on the City of Chestermere website.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Council, does everyone feel that they've had their say, or is there anything else that they need to add, ask questions about, inquire about, have a conversation about, or does everybody feel like they have had their say when it comes to this particular presentation?
Sorry. Do we have to direct administration to review the report at all?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thanks.
We can start now.
Good?
But we have
Everybody's good? Is everybody good? Yeah. Everybody's good? Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And with that, I am going to ask that we take a break for lunch, and we will come back at 1:30. Good afternoon, everybody. We're just coming back off of lunch and proceeding with the rest of our agenda, and we are now moving to Section 5.1, Committee Bylaw Review and Committee Appointments Review, presented by our Interim Manager of Ledge Services, Vanessa Vandermeer.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I speak to you today through administration in regards to the committees and appointments. My recommendation to the committee is that the committee accept the report on committees and appointments for information. A little bit of background on this is that the September 10th, 2024 regular meeting of council, a number of appointees were made to boards and committees. Following this, administration has identified that some public member terms will be expiring in December 2024. Placed on your desks in front of you is an updated list of those individuals. For those whose terms are expiring, council requires these members to send a letter of intent indicating their wish to continue serving on their respective boards until 2025. These letters will be submitted for council's approval at a future meeting to ensure quorum is met. At the October 29th organizational meeting of council, a motion was passed to extend all councillors' appointments until October 2025, at which time the new council will make appointments during the October 2025 organizational meeting. A little bit more information for you is the Assessment Review Board, Chestermere Library Board, and Subdivision Appeal Board are all established in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and the Libraries Act for the Library Board. While these committees are not directly run by the council, council members can sit on these said committees. It should also be noted that the committee bylaw will need to be rewritten to reflect several changes. First, a new bylaw will specify that the Chestermere Library Board, ARB, and SDAB each require their own individual bylaws, with appointments to these committees needing to be approved by motions from council. The second issue would be the bylaw will need to specify that council member terms on committees will run from October to October, and will be renewed annually at the organizational meetings held in October each year, and the public will run from January 1st to December 31st of each year, or as written in the TORs for those committees. Administration would also like to request council to consider a council committee code of conduct bylaw for all committees to follow and to be brought back to a regular meeting at a future date. Additionally, starting in 2025, a rotation system will be implemented for appointment of public members to committees. This system will ensure staggered terms. Example, where one member will serve a year, a second member 2 years, and an additional member 3 years. If there are more than 3 members, the rotation will continue with the 4th member serving 1 year, 5th member serving 2 years, etc., and so on. The implications of this is a clear and consistent appointment terms for council members with annual renewals in October, ensuring alignment with organizational meeting schedule. Legal compliance and improved governance by creating individual bylaws for the Chestermere Library Board, ARB, and SDAB. Enhance transparency and effective decision-making through required council motions for all committee appointments, as well as a rotation system for public members will ensure staggered terms promoting continuity while also allowing for fresh perspectives on the committees. Some of the risks would be potential gaps in committee memberships or quorum issues due to unclear or unapproved appointments, risk of non-compliance with legal requirements for committees, potentially leading to governance and operational challenges, and a lack of diversity in experience on committees could lead to an over-reliance on long-term members and missed opportunities for new ideas and perspectives. Some of the related bylaws regarding this is the committee bylaw, as well as I've also attached in your package the list of the committee members' dates and times. Any questions?
Great, thank you. Just before opening up to council, I just want to thank administration for your work on this. We know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done with our committees. This had been pointed out by administration at our organizational meeting. It's also been pointed out a couple times throughout. And so there's work that needs to be done with all of our committees and committee appointments and our committee's bylaw. I do appreciate the notion of having council appointments going from October to October, because that would seem to make sense. Having some things aligned both within our council committees and what could be considered our legislative committees, if you will, or our non-council committees, and looking at some synergies there, as well as the creation of the new bylaws thereof to help with that. So first of all, I just want to say again, thank you to administration for your work on this. Council, any comments or questions with regards to this? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. My questions through you again to administration. A couple clarifying questions. When we're talking about a new bylaw specifying that these legislative boards require their own bylaws, is this suggesting that the committee bylaw will be adjusted, or are you suggesting a separate bylaw for this?
So through the chair to Councillor Sandbo, my suggestion is to have a brand new committee bylaw as well as separate bylaws for the ARB, SDAB, and the library bylaw.
So there would be 4 bylaws.
Yes.
So a follow-up for that, I think that might, I'm not sure I understand the intent of that one in particular, but I don't want to get too far into debate on that issue.
Okay.
Because I know we already have a bylaw for each of these that is an establishment bylaw. And then they're already covered by legislation. So that's a question that I have, is what the intent of that bylaw would be.
It's to through the mayor to Councillor Sambo, it's to update all of our bylaws. If we go through our bylaws, as I'm sure you have, they're very outdated and they need to be brought up to proper standards. So proper protocol would be not to amend a bylaw, it would be to create a brand new bylaw and rescind the previous ones.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. My other question is clarification for the ARB and the SDAB, because I'm not familiar with these boards or their legislation. When council members sit on those boards, are they sitting as members of the public, or are they sitting as representatives of council?
Through the mayor to Councillor Sandbo, I believe it's a both. So you kind of wear both hats sitting on those boards. Members of the public sit on them as well, but councillors are appointed to them. And then so when your term would be done, your sitting on that on those boards would be completed as well.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. That distinction is important for me when I'm forming my own opinions about this. The reason being that if councillors are sitting as members of the public, it makes sense to me to have terms the same as the members of the public. If they're sitting as representatives of council, it makes sense to me to have the October to October that's being suggested here. So looking for clarification.
Yeah, so through the chair, sorry, my apologies for that. When you're elected as a councillor, you're then sitting on those as a councillor. I think where some of the confusion gets lost is you're sitting there as a councillor, but you're not necessarily there representing council's opinions, if that makes sense. So yes, if you are appointed to any of those boards through council, once you are no longer a councillor, you're no longer on those boards. Does that make sense? Like, you can't be a councillor and then continue on as a member of the public on the SDAB.
Correct.
And ARB.
And the ARB.
Those are some of the things that we're wanting to get rid of, right? So that when your councillor appointment ends, right? Because within our committee bylaw right now, it states that should you cease to be a councillor, that you don't continue, right? And what I would say is we can also wait for that piece to come back with regards to the debate on, but yeah, that would be the intention. Also, so that it's in keeping line, so that then when we appoint all of our committees, both the council committees and essentially the non-essential committees, that there is a consistency in what we're doing, so that they're all getting done at the same time, so that we avoid some of the historical problems we've seen here over the last couple of years. Mr. Edney, and then I believe Deputy Mayor. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on my last comment there, and I think that's the importance in our committee bylaw of changing. Right now, the committee bylaw actually says you sit from January 1st to December 31st. Next year, if you were on a committee and you don't get elected, there's a gap where now you elect a new councillor and they don't start till January 1st. So I think that's that big important distinction of they are two different terms and two different points of view, I guess, if that makes sense.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and through your worship. So I've sat on the SDAB for a few years now, and yes, certainly you were sitting as a councillor. The idea is that as a member of council that you are aware of matters that are coming to on appeal, and if there are possible policy implications that you would then bring to council and share it with the CEO to bring back to council. So that's sort of the idea. But when I sit on it, I am on sitting as a member of council, not as a resident.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, through the chair and administration, and to you, Ms. Vandermeer. Thank you for making some of these clarifications. I do have one clarification. I know that Mayor Dean has reminded me in the past that our task forces are not committees, and I don't see any legislation on where our task forces are governed in a bylaw. They could potentially be in our procedural bylaw, and they also don't have term dates, yet they are attached and labeled as a committee in the attachment for where it shows everybody and their association with each committee. So my first question is, do we have any bylaw governing task forces? And if so, maybe we should consider removing them from the committee bylaw, because there's no word, even task, in the committee bylaw being presented.
So the task force two are also outlined by their TORs, right? So their terms of references dictate the roles and responsibilities that are underneath the mayor's the task forces. Ms. Vandermeer?
Through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, they would be added into the new committee bylaw with proper clarification, so that you understand. Well, technically you are a committee because you're the mayor's task force committee.
Yeah.
For recreation, etc.
But they do have governance under their TORs.
Yes. But they'll be referenced, just as the library board and all the others are still referenced to the committee bylaw. They'll be referenced as into their own bylaw.
Yeah, it is correct that it is another gap that is being attempted to be filled, if you will, within our committee bylaw right now. Good. Any other questions, comments? So you are looking then for the time being for
to the mayor and council that the committee accept the report on committees and appointments for information.
Thank you. Just before that, just to clarify as well, I believe that we are going to be looking at having this on the next agenda as well for the November 19th meeting.
Yes.
I wonder if you could speak to that for a moment about November 19th agenda.
Okay with that? Yeah. To the mayor and council. So we're planning on bringing it back to the November 19th meeting with some better clarification. We are trying to have some bylaws ready at that time. If not, it'll have to wait till the December meeting, only because we want it to go to legal before it comes to you.
So that would be for the bylaws, but are we still going to be reviewing the committee appointments at the November 19th?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Yeah. And so administration will contact the individuals that are coming up for renewal and let them know if they're interested to submit. And if not, then we'll have to go the next avenue with council through resolution to put it out again on the website for the members that don't want to continue.
And also for the non-council committees, I believe we're also going to be looking at putting in the term limits at the November 19th meeting, as well as ensuring that things like SDAB and the ARB have a councillor and a designate, not
correct.
two councillors. And so we're doing all of that at I just want to clarify for the public.
Yes, that's correct.
We are doing all of that. We can expect to see that at the November 19th agenda meeting, I believe. Yes? CEO, Mr. Edney? Yeah. Yeah, because I think it's just those. Like, I think as council, I don't think there's a pressure for the bylaws piece. I would though like to see. I would like to ensure that our committees have the end dates with them for our non-council ones, as well as I would like to ensure that we are in compliance with SDAB and ARB, that we have a councillor or mayor, right? So that we have an appointee and an alternate, not two just assigned. I just want to make sure that we are in compliance with all of that. The bylaw piece, sure, may take a month or so to do. That's totally fair. I don't think there's any expectation that that would be coming next Tuesday. I would like to see us, though, have that compliance piece sorted out by the November 19th meeting.
She's been working on that for the last 2 weeks.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily. Councillor Worzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just reading in between the lines of what you just said, we do expect the committee bylaw to be revised.
Not by next Tuesday.
No, that's fine.
But we are
in the near future.
Reviewing.
Okay,
sorry, that's in the presentation. So in the presentation, Ms. Vandermeer outlined that we are going to be, that administration will be reviewing the bylaw, bringing it back, and we'll then follow the bylaw process of doing 3 readings to pass. That's a process that's going to happen over the next number of weeks. But the idea here was that, as Councillor Sambo rightly pointed out, there was some concerns with committee appointments at the last council meeting when we did some things. I myself, as mayor, misspoke on the one piece. That then led to administration looking into some things for us to ensure that we are clarifying. And so the push now would be to ensure that we get all of these into compliance, so that we are ensuring that we have, like I said, if we can have 2 councillors on a non-council committee, that we do that, but make sure that we have a fixed date, so that then they would not continue past said date. But then also that we would have the motions that then would also include to ensure that we have an appointed as well as an alternate, and that we are following the terms of references for all of those committees.
The mayor and council, our only delay would be if the individuals don't get back to us in time, because they'll have less than a week.
Sorry, I'm speaking specifically about council.
Yes.
These ones, the community people, that's going to take a little bit more time.
Yes, thank you.
On the 19th, all I'm asking for is that for that, can we just get council sorted out?
Yes, you'll have the 3.
Yeah, just council.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Good? Clear? Everybody's good? Okay. So with that, I think we're accepting for information at this time. Is that correct? Okay. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Hi, I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the report on committees and appointments for information.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on to the next one. I believe that we are now looking at the bylaw discussion for Airbnb, VRBO, short-term rentals, and secondary suites. Starting off this presentation is our CAO, Mr. Kent Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to council. This report is intended really just to open up a discussion amongst council about how we deal with some of the contentious and sensitive issues we're seeing in the community right now related to things like Airbnb, VRBO, short-term rentals, secondary suites, etc. So with the growing popularity of these type of short-term rentals, municipalities across Canada are exploring ways to regulate and balance them. This RFI is looking to seek council's input on whether to integrate short-term rental and secondary suite regulations and include platforms like Airbnb and VRBO within the land use bylaw, or should we establish a standalone bylaw? So key topics for consideration would be there's economic benefit for residents who can gain income through renting spaces on a short-term basis. There's potential community concerns such as noise, parking congestion, and neighborhood disruptions. And then there's implications for housing availability and affordability within Chestermere. So again, we've touched on a number of the implications. The big risk here right now that we're finding and we're running into is without clear regulations, we may face uncontrolled growth of short-term rentals, leading to potential issues, safety concerns, and housing shortages. So really at this time, we feel there's sort of three options as you look going forward under the recommended options. One would be to amend the land use bylaw to incorporate specific zoning and operational guidelines for short-term rentals, secondary suites, including platforms like Airbnb and VRBO. We could develop a standalone bylaw dedicated to regulating short-term rentals and secondary suites, including licensing requirements, occupancy limits, and safety standards. And we could defer further action until a community consultation process gathers additional input from residents and stakeholders. So I do have Liz Armitage here from our Growth and Infrastructure team to provide some insights and talk around your questions, but I really think the intent of this was an open forum for council to talk about the issues you're seeing in the community and maybe give administration a little bit of direction on how we can help solve some of that for you. So maybe turn the floor over to you now.
Thank you. Yeah, I have my own personal preference on this that I'd like to present to council here in a moment as part of this discussion. But council, are there any initial thoughts from you before I offer the first thought, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself to the chair and administration, I have a few thoughts about this. One being, I don't think that short-term rentals, Airbnbs, and VRBOs are the same as secondary suites. I think they need to be addressed differently, and I hope we're going to do that. I don't quite see that here, but I hope that when we take this away, that will be addressed separately. I also have a question about, as more specifically it relates to the secondary suites. Are we required to have them as part of our MDP that will align with the CMRB? I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. My response through the chair to Councillor is that the CMRB does not mandate, to my knowledge, the type of housing typology we have. It mandates the density. So secondary suites is not something that we are mandated to have. It is an absolutely growing housing option that is being utilized throughout North America. And so it is something that I would recommend we have in some way, shape, or form, but that is an evaluation that needs to be undertaken and is an evaluation that CGI intends to do separate from the short-term rental, to touch on your earlier point. I as well see these as two distinct processes, valuable in their own ways for their own merits, worthy of their own discussion.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. In addition to Councillor Grant's commentary regarding the secondary suites, he does make a good point, and through the chair, administration, to Ms. Armitage, yet definitely we need to make that clear. If you look at the land use bylaw, there are two areas where I think we should provide some clarity regardless of what direction we go. One is in regards to the secondary suites. Some of the challenges that you may see between short-term rental bylaws is how we define a short-term versus a non-long-term. In the secondary suite section of the land use bylaw, it is not specifically clarified to identify the difference, while they are by definition different. And then also in the land use bylaw, there is mention of what's called the bed and breakfasts, which should also, I would recommend that we review how that's defined as we move forward in whatever direction we discuss today with regards to a short-term rental bylaw. So I just want to add some clarity on those two items. Let's clean them all up. And I agree with Ms. Armitage that let's put some rules in place so everybody understands the definitions and what it means to have a short-term rental bylaw, or the others that I mentioned. Thank you.
Councillor Schindler.
I have some questions / concerns about this. I'll just tackle a couple of the things that I'm concerned about, and that's absentee landlords and corporate investment in our community. How are we going to address that as part of our land use bylaw if we are putting that in our land use bylaw? I see other communities, specifically larger communities, where 20 to 30% of their houses are owned by some corporation, and I don't think that would align with our residents here in Chestermere and our sort of small town feel that we like to, that I would hope we would maintain going forward. So through the chair to administration, how would we address those?
Ms. Armitage, I see you waving a finger.
Through the chair to Councillor Schindler. In the land use planning world, we regulate the use, not the user. So we cannot regulate who owns or who utilizes. So there's a distinct difference between the duration of a use, being a short-term rental of, say, under 30 days, plus a secondary suite rental that's longer. But we cannot say you cannot have, you cannot use it as a rental property. Somebody could put it into a long-term rental at any time. And currently, in the absence of rules that we have right now, people are putting them into short-term rentals because we haven't regulated that. The best example I have is when it comes to secondary suites, we no longer call them nanny suites because we don't care if your nanny lives in the suite. We care that you have a suite. And so when it comes to absentee landlords or corporate ownership, they're items that absolutely I can see the concern from a community perspective. We can't alter that. We don't have the authority to have an opinion on that per se through the land use bylaw.
But Councillor Schindler, though, if I'm hearing you correctly, are you also asking about corporate investment, i.e., people from out of province purchasing wide sections of housing and then renting that out? Is that also what you're speaking to as well? Or asking about?
Yes, it's encompassing all sort of those types of investments in our community.
Is there a comment from from administration? Or is that the same as we regulate use, not user? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through the chair, I can make a educated guess comment. We could get a legal opinion, but I believe it, I don't know where it would fall against, but you can't tell people what they can't own. There'd be no way for the city to regulate that. I'm sure there's a provincial or federal law that says we can't discriminate against people who own things anywhere. A corporation, perhaps, but I still think it'd be tough. I think it's one of those unnecessarily evils. I know I rent from someone who lives in Ontario, and so does my neighbor, and so does my other neighbor. And it's just a fact, I guess, of free market enterprise, if that's the right way to put it.
Back to Liz and then Councillor Sambo.
I don't know how it's been done, but I know Canmore is looking at a different tax rate for those who do not live in the community. And so that is something that could be investigated. But I have no idea the logistics of how that is working. That is not my planner hat expertise.
I can follow up that for sure. They may be looking at it, but you can't discriminate in the tax legislation in the province. You can't discriminate amongst a subset of a tax class. So I'd find it very hard. Either residential gets one tax rate, all of residential has to get one tax rate. So I don't think that's a viable option of a way to do it.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Commenting on this as well, there is emerging precedent on this concept of treating absentee landlords differently. It is mostly the larger municipalities that are doing this. I think it's Vancouver and I think Toronto. And so other municipalities are identifying this as a big problem. And something that I'm noticing in Chestermere is we have an emerging sense of us versus them in terms of, let's say, the old crowd and the new crowd. And this is a sense of identity that is not being helped when you have large, dense pockets of rentals that are owned by, property companies and something. And I'm not trying to vilify this. I'm just saying it's something that is emerging. And because other communities are looking at this concept, I think it's worth looking at for us as well.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to Councillor Sandbo. Just looking for some clarification, because I've heard of the municipalities after absentee, I guess, homeowners who own it and just leave it empty. Is this a different thing where they're saying even though it's rented, because you don't live in the community, there's an issue? Or am I getting the two mixed up?
I think, again, not to speak for Councillor Schindler or Councillor Sambo, but there's been some conversations about this. I think, again, the idea is other municipalities are looking at this as well. It's this idea of a group from outside of your community, and especially even outside of your province, purchasing a wide section of homes, right? And then renting out those sections. And I think so they are absentee landlords in that, they're essentially never around, right? Is that, yes, Councillor Sambo, Councillor Schindler, how am I doing? Pretty good? I think I've heard you guys on this one.
I would also add the corporate aspect to it, in that
Sure.
these houses that people are purchasing in large swaths tend to be as a business. And are we taxing them as a business as opposed to just collecting their property taxes? Because any other business in Chestermere would have to pay business taxes. So I'm just trying to square that circle when we have VRBO and Airbnb and other businesses like that.
So one of the things I would suggest in listening to this conversation is I hear the concern from the two councillors on this. I'm not saying I disagree with your concern. I'm just saying I hear your guys' concern. It also sounds to me like administration is pointing out the fact that there may not be a lot at the moment that we can do with this. So I wonder if this is where we have to engage things like MCMC, Alberta Munis, and find out what other municipalities are doing with regards to that. And perhaps that's the avenue for us to at least start on. Because one of the things that I was going to be speaking to here in a moment is I would like to see us go on a bit of a information gathering spree. And so as is being suggested, I wonder if that is something and I wonder if we do that through our connections that we have built, whether that be through CMRB, IMC, MCMC, Alberta Munis. I'm just going to start naming eye charts now just to sound smart. But I wonder if those are some things that we could possibly explore. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair to council. I guess as part of this exercise and thinking about what we do going forward, what's the issue if someone from outside of our community owns the rental properties and people are living in the rental properties? What's the difference if they live in Toronto or it's a group of people who live in Chestermere doing it? What is the problem we're trying to tackle in that issue? Is it something we can deal with through the land use, nuisance property, unsightly property? I guess that's what I'm not sure of.
So there's with other communities, there's insistence on or not insistence. I'm sorry. There's data that shows that these companies are coming in and using platforms to control our current rents, making it unattainable for most people, taking money out of the community and not returning back to the community. So I'm worried about having an exodus of the money in our community leaving to go somewhere else when we could use that here through local ownership. Ownership also implies that you will care for your property as a homeowner. So I much prefer people to own houses as opposed to renting them.
Right.
Yeah, in my opinion. But
that's fair.
There's lots of data suggesting otherwise. that there's some nefarious means happening.
I apologize, Councillor Schindler, for interrupting you. I think what we're hearing back from administration is it's one that we could add as a takeaway information item, because there may not be much that we can do. Councillor Randhawa, why don't we park for a second? We'll come back. I have Councillor Randhawa, Deputy Mayor Narayan, and Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree some of the point with Councillor Schindler and Councillor Sandbo, and the reason is that because sometimes the big companies, they do make, sometimes we do invest the money to Toronto and BC as well to flip some of the property to make money as well, and sometimes they buy here. So this is, I think, ongoing things, and how we can define this person is not live in the community. Maybe they live in Chestermere or Cochrane or Edney. They don't live in Toronto or BC. How we can define that if they have a property here and they are not living on the property? And for the tax for the commercial thing, when we own the property separate to the CRA perspective of a point, when we file our personal tax, they always ask, do we have any rental income? We sign it. If we do, we have to declare that. But if that property has a mortgage going towards it, it's even out. So that's the way commercial thing go for the housing and other properties side too. So that is the, I know it's a big talk. We need to bring this, but we need to sort. And the other thing is, if for the secondary suites, we want to increase the commercial into our city, and some of the employees cannot afford the house, and they want to work for our city and they rent a space. So we have to think for them as well. When we are asking all the time to bring the commercial here, so we need the employees also to work here too. So sometimes, like in our city also, majority employees live surrounding, and they come and work here. And same as commercial, they can't afford, or some another reason, they just want to rent a place to live here, a daily commute or long winter and stuff. So we have to think for them too. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship. I'll try and tailor this to the land use part. Now, in terms of secondary suite, is there a way to stipulate that we will not allow secondary suites in certain areas, such as cul-de-sacs? Because that seems to be a bit of an area that a lot of residents have concerns with. We had a recent matter come before the SDAEB on a secondary suite matter, and it was in a cul-de-sac, and I think the neighbors, were rightfully very concerned that parking would be an issue and safety as well. So maybe, something to consider for council is if we want to restrict where the secondary suites may go.
Ms. Armitage?
Thank you. Typically, the way that we do that is by land use designation or zoning. What you're talking about is a bit of more of a finessed way of doing that. There's always ways to come up with strategies to do that around design criteria. Parking is a big portion of secondary suites that needs to be addressed, and probably one of the biggest complaints we ever hear about is that parking. It's important to remember that nobody owns street parking, but people feel that they do. And so I think I can understand the cul-de-sac being a concern. And I think that when we start to evaluate the secondary suites as an individual land use bylaw amendment, that will be a big portion of that, and how we accomplish making sure that they're in places where they actually can be accommodated from a parking perspective. And so I hear what you're saying. Long way of saying that. I hear what you're saying, and that's something we will be considering.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And to Deputy Mayor Narayan's commentary, this is not what I wanted to say, and I'll get to that. But I said it earlier today. We're not going to solve all of these challenges today. Obviously, we're just opening up the debate. But let's not lose sight of secondary suites, bed and breakfast, and short-term rental bylaws as part of this effort. What I was going to say, one of the comments you made through the chair, Mr. Edney, is you can't tax. There is. We live in a free country where people are free to buy and do what they want with their property and stuff like that. However, I did want to raise the point that the government of British Columbia did create a foreign buyers tax. And that is in legislation in British Columbia. If you do not live in the country and if you're not a Canadian, then there is a foreign buyers tax. And it wasn't necessarily related to keeping the culture of the community or managing rent prices. It was to make housing more affordable for Canadians that don't have the same supply of cash as some foreign investors do. So it does exist, but it's kind of disguised in a different way.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Warzanowski, you're entirely correct. And that's what my comment was related to, is that's provincial jurisdiction, not municipal jurisdiction. So the province of Alberta could absolutely do that, and I'm not suggesting I'm encouraging them to look at that if they're watching, but potentially that's a solution to our problem, but it's not a solution that we can implement to our problem.
Well, and that's why I was wondering too, going back to the comments that have been made with this, and Councillor Warzanowski, I think you have furthered this, is I think that's where we as a council are certainly learning how to utilize our elected voice at different tables. Right? So, for example, every year at Alberta Munis, there are a number of resolutions that are brought forward, right? So I wonder if there is a possible resolution. I'm not saying that yes or no, I'm just saying that the methodology for that would be to utilize resolutions through Alberta Munis to explore something like that. Councillor Schindler.
Yeah, so I guess my follow-up question is, what is the idea for Airbnb short-term rentals and VRBO? Are we talking about banning them in certain areas as part of the amendment to the bylaw, or I'm unclear as to the objective of this of singling them out, or I'm just unclear of the objective.
Yeah, so the reason that this made the agenda was we're starting to hear from several residents with regards to all four of these. To Councillor Warzanowski's point, there's also the idea of bed and breakfast. Sorry, I almost said bed and breakfast. There's also the idea of bed and breakfast. And so the reason that we had, working with administration, put this on the agenda is at some point you have to find a starting point for the conversation. And so with regards to your question, are we looking at banning? Are we looking at adding? I would suggest to you that the answer right now is we don't know what we're deciding because we're not deciding anything at the moment. We're deciding how do we get to the point where we can decide that. As a segue to that, recognizing the hands that I see, I would just like as a segue to that, one of the things that I was going to suggest is that on the three options, there are three options that we were presented with from administration. The question I wanted to bring back to administration was this idea of there are things that we have done in the past. So, for example, the one that comes to mind, and I apologize, I'm not entirely, my memory is failing me at the moment, but we looked at the interconnectivity of our pathway systems, especially on the east side of Chestermere, and we held a number of open houses and engagement opportunities and things like that. And so when I look at that option 3, I wonder, even before getting to the idea of writing a proposed bylaw, right? Writing a proposed bylaw, I wonder if a methodology that we should first explore is hosting things like what were done for the east side, right? And then just getting a lot of public feedback, because if we do the bylaw first and do first reading, then we essentially can only do a public hearing, Whereas if we go the other way, my understanding legislative process-wise, if we go the other way, we could do a number of public engagements similar to what we're doing with the NDP right now, right? That is different than just doing one public hearing. So I was going to propose a methodology here in a moment. I'm sort of hinting at it, but I have not fully fleshed out this idea yet. I'm happy to fully flesh it out, but I see a lot of hands waving at me from all over the room right now. So why don't we go Mr. Edney, Miss Armitage, and then Councillor Grant.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meer. I put my hand down, but that was exactly, I think, to answer the question was, that's what we're hoping to avoid is an earlier example where administration made up a bylaw and then it was not at all what council or the public was hoping for. We want to avoid that this time and seek that feedback up front of putting something in that maybe has some substance. So for the example of Airbnb or VRBO, I would find it hard to suggest that those are things we don't want anywhere in the city, but I know there's a vocal group that don't want them in certain places in the city. So how do we go about determining that and deciding whether it's a bylaw or a land use issue? And I really like the suggestion of public engagement.
Yeah.
Perhaps there's a survey on the website or something like that as well that we could develop too.
Sorry, Mr. Edney. Yeah, I was going to fully flesh out a suggestion here in a moment. Certainly that would be, I believe, to be a part of it. But before kind of fleshing out that idea, we'll go Miss Armitage and then Councillor Grant, unless anybody else has put their hand down in the time they were waving hands at me.
I have a few different comments. In a different life, I've done a lot of work on short-term rentals. They are something that throughout the province there's basically two ways that people deal with them. One is through your land use bylaw and one is through a policy or a bylaw separate. Municipalities seem to change between which option they prefer. In fact, the same municipalities have changed from one to the other. What is becoming the bigger trend is to do both. You have a policy that makes it clear what your bylaw, that makes it clear what you're expecting. It goes through everything from how you have to apply to get this and what you have to provide to get a short-term rental, almost like a business license specific to it. It's also worth noting that those that do short-term rentals are typically taxed as a business, not a residential property anymore. And then the other side of it is you want it in your land use bylaw so that you can look at where you can have it and where you can't through zoning or land use designations. And so I would recommend that you want to do an approach that covers both. I would also recommend, this is one of the few times where you're probably really beneficial to go out with a policy and bylaw amendments for people to chew on. You're going to get very polarized feedback. Those who want them because they want to run the business and those who don't want them because they don't want to live next to it. There's going to be very little in between. And so if you're going to do preemptive consultation, I would target it and I'd do it in a quicker manner so that you can get to the meat of this project sooner. And then for the secondary suites, exact same thing. You're going to have very polarized opinions. You're going to have those who are completely against it because they don't want to live next to the parking problem or the renters or whatever. And then you're going to have people who are in full support of it, one, because they can't afford a mortgage without it, or two, because they can't afford to live in the community if they can't rent a secondary suite. So again, you're going to see very polarized opinions on this one. And I would do a brief engagement so that we can get to the meat of drafting something that will represent what the community wants, knowing that both of these are going to be distinct individual things that we bring back to council. And then through that process, we'll also look at the bed and breakfasts, although typically bed and breakfasts are a very specific use because you have to live in the unit while you're having people in it. And usually you have to provide so many meals a day, which is a really interesting thing of how anyone is going to enforce that. Just as a side note.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through yourself, through the chair, to administration, Ms. Armitage has pretty much summed up exactly what I was going to say, the big part of it. Some food for thought on how maybe it could work is the secondary suites. I think a good idea would be to protect the historic areas in Chestermere with the secondary suites so that people that bought under the assumption that it was going to be a single family house beside them, that it is a single family house beside them. And then in the new areas, we allow that under the assumption that that is allowed in the new areas. So when they buy in the new areas, they know that there is the potential that a secondary suite can be beside them. Because that's where I get a lot of the feedback from residents, is that I've lived here for 10 years and a new guy bought, or a new person bought the house beside me, and now they're turning it into a secondary suite, and I'm just out of luck. And, we need to figure out how to protect that in some manner. And then the secondary part for the short-term rentals is, what is the right of a property owner to operate a business on their own land versus the right of a neighbor to privacy? And that's really what we need to balance here. And I think that balance can be achieved through making the Airbnbs operate as a business. Airbnbs, VRBOs, all of them operate as a business. If you're renting out a short-term rental in the city, regardless of where it is, it's a business. And you need to have a business license, and you need to follow all those conditions. Other than that, Ms. Armitage basically summed up exactly what I was going to say. One last point, I think the Alberta government already does have a law on foreign ownership. So that's something that we might want to look into as part of this. But thank you.
Is that a hand up, Councillor Schindler? Sorry. Councillor Schindler.
So we're not debating necessarily, but when I read this and I looked into the bylaw, it just inspired me that when we come up to our MDP and that we start expanding how we build our communities, especially with things like housing co-ops, and to make our community more affordable, so people aren't necessarily needing to have a secondary suite or partition their houses up so that multiple people can live there. We want to make it more approachable for our community members as to grow in place or to age in place, and things like housing co-ops and low-income housing is something that we could certainly add going forward. But I like to echo what Murray said about privacy. I think that's super important going forward, to ensure that the people, when they buy a house, they know what they're getting next to them. That's all I have.
Councillor Randhawa and then Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to give just a comment for the secondary suite to perspective for our South Asian community. We normally don't put our parents into the senior homes and stuff, but they do live with us. But sometimes we have a small house, so we will the secondary suite. They have their own privacy, but they live there, so we can take care about them, to see them there. So it's not always for rent, just to keep them with us if in cases happen. So we are there because the couple is working, so that, and they take care about our grandkids as well. So sometimes there is in a need to build, because they want their privacy as well, to build their secondary suite and build the basement for them to live, or our kids move in down to the basement and they live upstairs. So it depends how big is your house, how many children and stuff. So we need to look for that. Not always it's renting perspective point, for some family use point as well. We need to look for it. Thank you.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I agree with everything everybody has said, which I think is illustrating how many facets to this conversation there are. And I wanted to add the perspective that, yes, I think pretty significant public consultation is a great idea. I think what you suggested is a great idea. Some of the things that I've written down, I tried to do some research in preparation for this conversation, and it's hard to find data to look at that would be relevant to Chestermere. But some of the things that I'm looking at is, how could this potentially help us with our commercial tax base? We're talking about that. How could this affect rent prices? Because rent is very expensive in Chestermere, and we have lots of people who need affordable rent. But at the same time, if we open up more rental spaces, how do we make sure that the number of residents in that suite is a safe number? Because this is an issue that I heard when I was campaigning, is we do have secondary suites with too many people in them currently, and that's quite unsafe. Do we have the bylaw resources to make sure people are safe in these scenarios? And if we're opening up more affordable rental spaces, for example, if this is what this accomplishes, what impact is this going to have on our population and density, which is already an issue that we're dealing with? So I'm just finding this to be a very nuanced issue, and I think the public's perspective is going to be very important in making the decision.
Deputy Mayor Ryan, it's all ready to go.
Thank you, Worship. I'll try and keep it short. Just to be mindful that there's two distinctions. One is secondary suite in of itself. Most people are not opposed to that. Most people are opposed to it being rented. The second thing, a comment that Councillor Grant made about, possibly making suites legal in the newer areas and not the older areas. I do hear that as well, but I also hear concerns around that it could lead to some form of social segregation where you've got two groups of individuals. But no, all good points, and I think is that public consultation should be good.
Okay, so Councillor Warzanowski.
I apologize, Mayor Dean and Deputy Mayor Narayan. Through the chair, through Mr. Edney and Mrs. Armitage. While public consultation, I think, is important to see how Chestermere is unique, we can already predict that we can't be all things to all people in this scenario. So I don't want to lose sight of what Ms. Armitage said. She's had an experience in other municipalities talking about short-term rentals. And again, while Chestermere may be unique, we know that there's going to be some controversy surrounding this. And I think what's important to recognize is let's act appropriately, responsibly, quickly, and just set the ground rules such that everybody knows where the goalposts are set. Because right now we have none. Otherwise, this will go on forever, and we'll never get to a short-term rental bylaw that's approved.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we are going to get to a bylaw that's going to be approved. I don't think this is going to take forever. What I'm suggesting, though, is that we should be prudent, because right now we are hearing from the loudest voices, and at times, sometimes those voices are we got to, I feel like, provide that opportunity where people feel safe, however they feel about this issue, being able to express their thoughts and ideas and opinions. And sometimes that can be done publicly. Sometimes that's done through privately. And so I'm wondering, and I think, too, that it's important that whatever we do, that we do what's right for Chestermere, right? That whatever is working in other communities, let's learn from that. Let's certainly not work on reinventing the wheel, but let's make sure that we're doing what's right for Chestermere. And so I am an idea that I would like to propose is that, Ms. Armitage, while I don't fully disagree with the idea of, like, if we go out with a bylaw, at least they have something to chew on, I think sometimes the problem that we have within our community that we've witnessed is once we do that, there's this feeling that the decision's already made and I'm just arguing about something people have already decided on. So I'd like to try and avoid that because we've seen that happen. And so I'm wondering about the idea of, could we host some sort of information feedback sessions where we are presenting different options? So if we were to do Airbnbs, here's some ways that we could do it. If we are going to do secondary suites, here's some ways that we can do it. I see it as two separate things. So I made a note of Airbnb, VRBO, short-term bed and breakfast, right? And then secondary suites is a separate thing. And going out, so not... this is where I agree with your idea. Let's not just show up and go, hey, what do you think? Because that's just a circular conversation that's going to go on all night and go nowhere, to your point. I would though, like, I'm wondering about the idea of, and would love some feedback here from council of hosting some information sessions that have specific options. Option 1, option 2, option 3. If we were to do Airbnb, here's an option, here's an option, here's an option. Because I think that this is greater than a yes or no conversation. This whole thing is bigger than yes, no, right? And I think in some parts of our community, they've only been presented with a yes, no conversation, not a yes, but, or yes, if. So if you're going to run this particular thing, you have to have a business license. And under that business license, you need to do this, this, and this. And you are not allowed to do this, this, and this. Right? And explore those options. Not even saying that that's what's going to end up being the final draft, but at least giving people that opportunity that it creates bigger than a yes-no conversation. Because I think if this is just a yes-no conversation, then that's just going to be, well, fine, let's just vote right now. We'll go yes-no and away we go, and we'll all see how. I just don't think that's fruitful, right? I think we go out. So 1 is information sessions with some options. 2 would be to some sort of a survey, and finding a way to do the survey where people are not going to feel like we've already made the decision. We're actually seeking feedback. Open-ended questions, right? If the city of Chestermere were to have Airbnbs in our city, what would the conditions that you would like to see included? Boom, boom, boom. What are the reasons you would be absolutely opposed to Airbnb, right? Like, present both sides of the question so that it shows that, well, because we haven't decided on anything, right? So I wonder about a survey piece. I also wonder about an open feedback piece, right? So there's a survey, but also could we create some sort of an open feedback piece? And with those options, I feel like it speaks to that idea of having something to chew on. Putting a specific timeline on this, so over between now and X, we're going to be collecting this information. Then all of that information is going to be presented to council from administration at a GAP meeting on X, right? From that GAP meeting, now we're going to give some direction. We've received all this feedback from the public. Administration has consolidated that information. We would like to see you write a bylaw that includes some of these things. Bylaw then gets written, and then after that bylaw is written, then we do first reading, and then we have a public hearing, right? And then go second and third reading. I see that entire process taking about 8 months.
Yeah.
That
seems longer than necessary. Before next summer.
Sure, that might be longer than necessary. I'm just saying that, like, that's a process that I am envisioning initial feedback is too long, fair. But Councillor Sambo.
Yes, thank you. Just commenting on that side comment there, if there is a piece of it that comes out as we don't need to discuss this extensively, we can also sever a section of this.
Sure.
Right? And so we could move a piece of it forward quicker if some piece required a little less discussion. There's some consensus.
Does the general idea, the timeline, 8 months, I may have spoken out of turn. Maybe it can be done in 6 months. Hey, at least I didn't say June. But like, to administration, I guess, does that seem to make sense?
Yeah, through the chair, we were just discussing it here. I think we can get through the open house and public consultation phase much shorter than 8 months. It'll just then be, what does the bylaw look like and how long does it take to move that forward?
No, sorry, I apologize. When I said 8 months, I meant that the bylaws passed.
Yeah.
We're done. I meant everything. I meant open houses, survey, feedback. I mean, first reading, public hearing, right? Because you got to give 30 days for the public, right? Like, I was just doing all the math in my head, knowing where we were, knowing what's coming up on agendas. That's where the 8 months came from, because I know that we have a lot of work. It could be 6 months. June. Sounds like June to me.
So
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we were talking end of February to have the survey, the results compiled, the open houses done. Just with us being in budget season and coming up to holiday season, I don't think it's worth having open houses anytime soon. But
no.
If we shot in the new year for that, got a survey out sometime early in January, left it open for 6 weeks, did some advertising ahead of time, letting people know that this will be coming in the new year. I think that's a good time frame, and then that gives us still 5 months after that to get a bylaw passed.
Might even do it in May.
I'm hearing end of June.
Miss Armitage.
I support this idea, the time frame as well. I do want to make a very specific request that we separate out secondary suites and short-term rentals.
Yes, 100%.
They need to be separate bylaws. We might find a way to do both at the same open house to reduce public, exhaustion from coming out to all of these, but we might also need to just hold them separately. They are very distinct, and if we confuse them,
I agree.
honestly, I believe both projects will fail. So we need to separate them
Yeah.
so that everybody, the public, council, administration, are evaluating them on their own merits.
Yeah.
To further this discussion, I have sent 2 potential motions over to Vanessa for council's consideration.
Council, a really quick question. I do see a hand, Councilor Worzynowski. Just one moment, please. Does anyone disagree with what Ms. Armitage just said about separating them out? Does anyone disagree with that? No. Okay, that was easy. Okay. Councilor Worzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. A quick question through the chair, administration to you, Ms. Armitage. If we're reviewing this, Ms. Armitage, while I agree that we want to keep these items separate, since we're reviewing the land use bylaw and potentially looking at other bylaws in regards to the secondary and short-term rentals, is there anything that we should do while we're at it, not to add more fuel to the fire, to update our current land use bylaw otherwise? And if we are, maybe this is a good time to do that. Not to create more projects, but I know there's probably some things in the land use bylaw that we may want to address.
I don't think I've ever seen her so happy.
Excellent question. The planner in me loves this question. I also love land use bylaws. Not at this time. What we did under the official administrator is we brought forward a land use bylaw amendment that we called the low-hanging fruit. That was a cleanup of that document to help us and our development community and our residents be able to implement things easier. So we did that easy stuff that was not controversial. That is why these 2 items, for example, were not included. That's why our parking section has not been reevaluated. I recommend we don't bite off more right now, but rather in your 2025 budget deliberations, you look at that line item that is a land use bylaw update, and consider doing a bigger land use bylaw update once the MDP is done. The MDP will give us direction on the holistic scale that the land use bylaw then implements. So I would say stay tuned on that one.
I'm not sure if that was a foreshadow or a hint or both.
Or bluntly both.
Both. Yes. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Mrs. Armitage, I actually had some questions about the land use bylaw specifically, and about the conversation we just had about our requirements under our MDP.
Grant, before you do those, should we settle these 2 matters with the motions that have been, and then go specifically to the land use bylaw, or?
I will leave that to the discretion of the chair.
Well, do you think you're going on a separate?
Not too far. My questions should be pretty easily. They're more from my understanding of what's in our existing land use bylaw as it relates to this issue.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, it relates. Okay. I see. Yeah.
Am I good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Why not?
Through the chair to Miss Armitage, under our existing MDP, that density requirement we spoke about, does that apply to new areas or existing areas as well?
I believe it is new areas. I would want to 100% confirm that. We do have the MDP workshop next week where we will have the experts in the room who can answer that question.
Okay, fantastic. I accept that. And the sorry, I didn't mean that to sound anyway. The second question is about the second question is about the land use bylaws that exists right now and the required parking for single-family homes. It says that it requires 2 parking spots. Do those parking spots, does the approach and the garage count as parking spots, or are they 2 or 4 is basically my question.
Typically, the garage would count, and so does the driveway. We cannot control how people choose to use their parking stall inside their garage for storage. I can personally state that I don't park my car in my garage. It sits on the street, and my garage is used for other funner things.
Because that's so as I was reading this, that's something that jumped out to me, that under our existing land use bylaw, the 2 spots needed for the house are accounted for, and then you need 1 additional spot, not street parking, for a secondary suite. So to me, I was kind of like, oh, we can't do this anyways because there's only 2 spots to park. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, that only leaves a 3-car garage property to do this. And in my mind, that sounded like a better idea, actually, because there is more area for that. But yes, I just wanted to understand that exact nuance of it. So thank you very much.
So you accept that answer too?
I accept that, yes.
Okay, good. Just making sure, because you're really passionate about accepting that other one. Okay, so I think that we have. Oh, sorry. No, you're good. Okay. Okay. So I believe Ms. Armitage sent over 2 motions. Why don't we have a? Oh, sorry. Yep.
So to the mayor and council, at this time, we have like 7 motions. So if you guys want to review them and let us know which ones you want to pick would be advisable to us, please.
We have 7 different motions.
Yeah, she gave us 3.
I reworded one so it was a little happier, in my mind, happier language. The one up here is that the Governance and Priorities Committee defer further action related to the development of a short-term rental policy / land use bylaw amendments until after a community consultation process gathers additional input from the public. An alternative way of writing this is that Governance and Priority Committee, not what's on the screen, directs administration to conduct a community consultation process to gather additional input from the public on the potential development of a short-term rental policy and / land use bylaw amendments.
I am much happier with this one because we're not deferring, we're not delaying anything. We're like literally taking the next step in the process. Yeah. So if I have a counselor, if council's okay with the wording on this, I would invite a counselor, Councillor Grant.
I move that the Governance and Priority Committee direct administration to conduct a community consultation process to gather additional input from the public on potential development of a short-term rental policy / land use bylaw amendments.
Everybody's good? Comments, Councillor Worzanowski.
Just one comment. Is it a policy or a bylaw? I think it should be a short-term rental bylaw. No? Policy? So that's not immaterial, I think.
Can you give me a friendly?
No, I'm not going to give you a friendly on that. Bylaw and policy are fundamentally different.
Right.
So I'd suggest restating the motion, please.
Okay. We're good with that, Mayor?
So in rereading this, I think we're asking for bigger than this, though. Right? So I think that because we also want secondary suites included in this. So well, we want to do both. Separate motion. Oh, even within the motion, not even and. Okay, beauty. Okay, I'm in. Okay, can you restate the motion, please, Councillor Grant?
I move that the Governance and Priority Committee direct administration to conduct a community consultation process to gather additional input from the public on potential development of a short-term rental bylaw / land use bylaw amendments.
Comments, questions? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm not sure whether this is a friendly or more just a question, but we brought up the potential of maybe changes to taxation and things like that. Does this cover this, or should it be a short-term rental framework? Is everything captured by this motion?
Councillor Sambo, in my opinion, I think that would be slightly different from this. Is only my opinion, slightly different from this one. And I would invite you to possibly make a motion after this, after the apparently 17 motions that Ms. Armitage sent over. To maybe there's another motion in there to look at some tax implications of this. I think that might be separate. No? Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair, I think at this stage, because we're just at the initiation phase of this, even that is gather input on potential development. It's not saying we're going to go do it. I think right now, let's keep the motions broad enough that as we start to go get feedback and come up with ideas, that we can start narrowing it down in there. But of course, that's something we can look at in that development is tax implications, the business license, all the things that Ms. Armitage talked about earlier.
So then, then added within that, we don't need to add anything in the motion, but then Councillor Sample's comment could be captured as a comment within the motion, basically. Yes? Like administration, no, it's not captured anywhere within here. Administration understands that that's another desire of council within this. Yes? Okay. Councillor Schindler?
I propose a friendly amendment to remove the between bylaw and land the slash, because the / usually means or. We want and there.
I would
Ms.
write
Armitage.
and or. At this point, we don't even know for certain what this will look like. I have my own preconceived
So
ideas.
and / or.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Schindler, are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you restate, please, Councillor?
Third time's a charm.
I don't know. We made Rondawa do it like 7 times.
That's
before,
true. She was a pro. I move that the Governance and Priority Committee direct administration to conduct a community consultation process to gather additional input from the public on potential development of a short-term rental bylaw and or land use bylaw amendments.
Is everybody good now? Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. I believe we have another proposed motion. Is it secondary suite land use bylaw amendment? Okay. Not, that's what I was like, not and or. Okay. Can I have a councillor make the Deputy Mayor Narayan?
I move the Governance and Priorities Committee direct administration to conduct a community consultation process to gather additional input from the public on the potential development of a secondary suite land use bylaw amendments.
Comments, questions? Councillor Warzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just before we go to vote, a question through the chair, administration to you, Mrs. Armitage. I know that our secondary suites is covered under our current land use bylaw. Would you suggest, as you've illustrated earlier today, that we also consider a separate secondary suite bylaw and not keep it with the land use bylaw?
That recommendation was very specific to the short-term rentals. Secondary suites usually do not have a separate policy.
So you're okay with keeping this in the land use bylaw?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I would do is remove the A from that's before secondary suite. But maybe that's just unnecessary.
Good. Okay. Are you good with that, Councillor Warzanowski? Yes, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Was there another motion that we had at the moment?
We got it covered.
We're good? We're all good? Did we need to do anything with this as accepting for information? No? I apologize. Action items, correct. Thank you. Sorry, can we go back to the last motion that we just made? Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm good. Council, are there any other motions from this presentation that you are looking to make? Council, are there any final comments? Is everybody feels like they've had their say and no other further questions, comments, opinions, thoughts, ideas? Great. Thank you. With that, I'm going to suggest we take a short break and come back at 3 o'clock, please. Great, thank you. We're just coming back out of our afternoon recess here and moving on to item 7.1, which is request for proposal process presentation presented by Renée Spuler. Good afternoon. Mr.
All right.
Edney.
Yes, thank you through the mayor to council. So just want to start this presentation off by thanking Renée for putting a lot of effort into this last minute. Something just to be aware of as we walk through this. This presentation today is focused more to the what comes after our budget process. So this is focused on what the process is for our $200,000 and above type of items. There's obviously two separate areas that Renée will talk about, our open competition and invitational competition for lower thresholds, but we felt that in the essence of time, this could already be a long discussion, that we'd start off with this initial presentation focusing on the larger capital items, and then we can always come back with subsequent presentations focusing on some of the smaller budget items as we move forward. So just keep that in mind when you're wondering about $50,000 things, that this is focusing on the big ticket items.
And I apologize, Mr. Edney and Renée. I don't mean to be distracted, but there is this cute little guy outside the door that just keeps buzzing council, and he's like looking in and then running away, and then he's like sneaking by. He is just being adorable right now, and so sorry for the distraction, but yes.
Future counselor.
That's right. That's right. He was being very adorable. Sorry, Renée.
Good afternoon. Through the administration to the mayor and council, my name is Renée Spuler, and I am here today to seek a recommendation that council accept the presentation outlining the request for proposal process and current initiatives for approved capital budget projects with larger dollar values, as Mr. Edney indicated, as information. Next slide. Thanks. Oh, back one, sorry. Okay, so this is the agenda. We'll quickly go through what procurement services is, what the procurement process is, high level, the request for proposal process for those larger dollar amounts, the contract management of that, as well as current initiatives that we're leading with procurement services. This is set up in a way for us to understand the why, the what, and the how of the procurement process for an approved capital budget project. Next slide, please. We will start with the why. Why does procurement matter to the city? Why is it important to have a strong procurement policy and solid processes in place? Well, it matters because as a public sector organization, the city's first and foremost responsibility is to ensure that the taxpayer dollars are spent wisely and that the city gets the best value for each dollar spent. In addition to our ethical responsibility, there are 3 key legislative drivers that require municipalities to develop a solid procurement policy with strong processes. Historically, trade treaty enforcements were only limited to the federal government. But starting July 1st, 2017, the trade treaty enforcements were extended to the sub-federal levels, which then included municipalities. That meant that the city needed to comply with the trade treaties like the Canadian Free Trade Agreement, the trade agreement between Canada and Europe, and being in Alberta, we're also required to comply with the New West Partnership Trade Agreement between British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. Now that we know why solid procurement processes are important, what do we have in place to help us with that? Well, in 2019, the city implemented an extensive procurement policy, number 652, which identified the various procurement processes for use within the city to obtain goods, services, and construction. The city has strong templates in place. The city's request for proposal template was drafted by a prominent Canadian public procurement lawyer, Paul Emanuele, to conform with legislative requirements and the trade treaties. And if you look at most municipalities, they'll have a similar or same version to our template. They all have to go together. The city also has contract templates and standard terms and conditions that were reviewed and vetted by the city's retained legal counsel. Additionally, the city has established certain procurement thresholds. The city follows and uses the New West Trade Partnership Agreement, or the NWTPA, thresholds. These are the lowest of the three. This slide shows the three threshold values to the city that the city currently has in place, but for today's presentation, as Mr. Edney indicated, we will focus on the open competition threshold and procurements larger than $200,000. This threshold requires open and non-discriminatory access to opportunities. And to adhere to this requirement, the city posts opportunities on the Alberta Purchasing Connection, which is the APC website, as well as on the city website. One thing I would like to note here, open competitions can be held for any of these procurement thresholds, so low value, invitational, or open. And sometimes it does add value to take the time to do that, an open procurement. Finally, the Contracts and Procurement team, aka Procurement Services, is located within the Asset Services team under Community Growth and Infrastructure. The team consists of myself and the Procurement Assistant, Andrea Pritchett, which I don't think she's here, but my manager is, Sammy. Yeah. Next slide, please. This brings us to the how of the request for proposal process we are reviewing today. There are 8 main steps in the process: an approved capital budget project, the procurement initiation, procurement preparation, procurement posting, opportunity closure and evaluation, the selection of a successful proponent, contract drafting and negotiations, and contract execution and management. Procurements all start when administration prepares a capital budget for council's review and approval. There's no questions. Okay, now you've thrown me off. Next slide, please. Can it wait till the end? Okay, thank you. A procurement initiation form, or a PIF, needs to be completed prior to any procurement proceeding. This form is 3 pages and requires the information for the procurement. It also must be signed off by following the schedule of delegated authority limits set by finance. One exception to this PIF is the non-standard procurement process, or NSP. Non-standard procurement means the acquisition of deliverables through a process or method other than the process or method normally required for the type and value of the deliverables. The process includes a non-competitive procurement, where the deliverables are acquired directly from a particular supplier without conducting a competitive process, when an invitational competition or an open competition would normally be required, or a limited competition where bids are solicited from a limited number of suppliers when an open competition would normally be required. A non-competitive procurement should only be requested where the circumstances do not allow for any form of competitive process to be conducted. A limited competition should be used where the circumstances surrounding the procurement do not allow for an open competition, but circumstances could allow for the solicitation of a limited number of competitive bids by invitation to more than one supplier. Please note, very important here, all non-standard procurements are reviewed and signed off by the Chief Administrative Officer. This is not done willy-nilly at all. Once signed, a signed PIF is received by Procurement Services, and RFP draft is sent to the staff making the request. For the purposes of today's presentation, we will use information from a previously approved capital project, the Rainbow Road expansion, walk through the associated request for proposal, RFP, and contract management processes. The requesting staff member, when we're drafting an RFP, will need to provide a statement of purpose, a pricing table with weights assigned, a description of the deliverables, a list of criteria that the submissions will be evaluated with, including an associated weighting, and a decision on the type of contract that will be used. For the Rainbow Road expansion, it was decided to use the Canadian Construction Documents Committee, or CCDC, for 2011, which is a unit price agreement. All RFPs are evaluated out of 100 points, so using the Rainbow Road example, the pricing was worth 40 points out of a possible 100. Weighting is determined by using the formula lowest price divided by the proponent's price, then multiplied by the weighting, and this will equal the proponent's points for that pricing criteria. Other rated criteria included experience and qualifications, references, and the proposed schedule with staging plan. This step ends when the staff member requesting the RFP approves the finalized version for posting. Next slide, please. Thanks. The finalized RFP is then posted to the APC website and the city website for 30 days. If there are questions regarding the RFP, they are addressed in an addendum posting. The requesting staff member and other administration stakeholders are responsible to provide answers to any proponent questions. And Procurement Services then prepares the addendum for final review and approval and posting. For the Rainbow Road expansion RFP, the city issued 5 addenda due to the volume of questions which directly related to the complexity and size of the project. We typically do one, if any. Next slide, thanks. Once the opportunity closes, Procurement Services will check with IT to ensure that there's nothing caught up in the filters, there's nothing quarantined, so we have all the relative submissions, review all of the submissions for conformance to the RFP requirements, including essential requirements, essential technical requirements, the Appendix B, which is a submission form, and Appendix C, the pricing. So every submission has to provide all of that to be considered complete. We will notify the requesting staff and project team as to how many submissions were received. If it's a popular project, we quite often will get Teams messages all day saying, how many do we have? How many do we have? So that's why we want to keep everyone up to date. We'll finalize the evaluation sheet and distribute to the adjudication committee and set the date for final adjudication. At the final adjudication meeting, the committee will review with Procurement Services the compiled results of the individually completed evaluation. So the adjudication committee will receive from Procurement Services the evaluation sheet and all submissions, but they have to evaluate the submissions individually. You can't sit around a table at this, early point and say, oh, I really like A and B. So this meeting is where, usually it's Andrea now, will compile everything, and the committee will meet and we'll discuss any variances. If one has scored one proponent higher than another, then that's the discussion. And all of these notes are transcribed. If any of the adjudication committee would like to change any of their scores at this time, they are allowed to do so if they provide concrete justification. Any changes to scores with justifications will also be noted on the master evaluation form. At the end of the meeting, a consensus will be reached as to who the successful proponent is, and Procurement Services will issue an approval to award form to be signed according to the spending authority guidelines. Next slide. Once Procurement Services receives a signed approval to award form, a contract award letter is drafted to the successful proponent and sent out. This includes what will be included in the contract package and a request for any preconditions of award listed in the RFP. The successful proponent will review, sign, and return the letter with any required preconditions. For the Rainbow Road expansion example, the successful proponent was requested to provide as a precondition to award a WCB certificate that was issued within 45 days of closure of the opportunity, a commercial general liability insurance policy for not less than $5 million, and a core certificate in good standing value for the minimum duration of the project. And for core is like a certificate of recognition. I don't know if you're all aware of it, but it's a safety requirement. For smaller businesses, I'll just add a little side note. We accept the C core, which is a little less onerous for smaller businesses to obtain. A contract is then drafted based upon the term, scope of work, deliverables, and price. This will be then sent internally for review and finalization by the project team. Any requested changes to the terms and conditions or supplementary terms and conditions, as is the case with the CCDC, we do have drafted supplementary terms and conditions for those types of contracts, are reviewed with legal and a response is provided to the successful proponent. Once any agreed changes are made to the terms and conditions, they are then inserted into the contract package. No contracts are issued without review by city's legal. With the Rainbow Road expansion example, the CCDC 4 2011 unit price contract was drafted and sent to stakeholders for final review and approval to send over to the successful proponent for their review and signatures. The draft includes unit pricing tables, term of contract, warranty period, liquidated damages, and all the documents that are packaged to form the complete contract package. Once the proponent's signed copy is received back, Procurement Services will review and obtain city signatures according to the Spending Authority Guideline and the Procurement Policy Number 652. When the contract package is signed by the city, a city-stamped seal is affixed to the signature page. A copy is then made and sent to the proponent. Legislative Services is also notified with the details of the executed contract. The original hard copy is stored within Procurement Services, and we also keep a soft copy for backup, because you can never have too many copies. Yeah. With the Rainbow Road expansion, the CCDC 4 2011 unit price contract package also required the purchase of 2 official seals that you purchased through the CCDC office here. These are affixed to the front page of the contract package, one for the city and one for the proponent. Once that sticker's on there, it's considered done. So it's there. The project manager or appropriate city staff member then takes over the management, the budget, the deliverables, and timelines outlined in the contract. They involve Procurement Services with any contract amendments and provide a copy of any issued change orders for the contract file. Once the project is complete and completed, and the warranty period is done, a lessons learned meeting will be held to discuss what went wrong, what went right, and how to improve the processes. Currently, Procurement Services is working with the Project Management Office, or PMO, to grow and continually improve this part of the process. We have discovered many synergies providing a more comprehensive management of contracts, and this simply means that by working together, we have a whole overview of the project, and we can manage contractor compliance to terms and conditions but much better. And finally, we'll go on to our current initiatives. We're hoping that we know these will help support our processes and strengthen our tenders and contracts going forward. So we are reviewing and updating all of the RFP and contract templates, including terms and conditions with legal, and this is anticipated to be finalized by the end of Q1 2025. We're updating all of the supplementary CCDC terms and conditions, and again, this is anticipated to be completed by the end of Q1 2025. And we are developing a contract management database to track contractors' required documentation and manage key performance indicators. We also are doing reviews of contract performance. Those were started in Q3 and allow for review of supplier and the city to identify any gaps or issues that may occur within a project. And this allows for more open dialogue and a better relationship with the contractor, and it allows for improvement on both sides. The city has implemented the reviews for the rosters for facilities as well as for project management, and the city also plans to complete the reviews within larger projects that you guys approve for 2025. So we're looking forward to that. Everyone's gonna be on a learning curve next year. Procurement Services is working with the PMO to continually manage contractor performance and deliverables and maintain contract compliance. And this would conclude the overview, high-level overview of the request for proposal process on approved capital budget projects. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I know it's probably been a long day, and I'll now open it up for questions that Kent will answer. Mr. Edney. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Councillor Schindler.
Okay, through the chair to Kent. Sorry, I had 2 questions. Where are the lessons learned placed? How are they utilized? You mentioned that contracts at the end are gone over and there are lessons learned.
Right.
Where are those located? And how are they utilized?
Through administration to Councillor Schindler. Currently, this is a work in progress, and so we are just implementing that, and that is more the project management team spearheading that movement, and they would probably be able to answer that more. And if you would like, I can probably get some information and bring that back.
That'd be cool. And then, sorry, my second question is, when you're looking for vendor compliance or vendors for the city, how important is the values of the city, perhaps as how important is the values of our city in that criteria?
Right.
Yeah.
So one of the initiatives that I have been trying to push through, and not because there's any resistance to it, it's just the workload has been great, is social procurement. And so that would reflect the values of the city as well as the possible proponents that we're dealing with.
Cool.
We take it very seriously. We want to work with responsible, caring people. And yeah.
Yeah.
Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you for that. If I may have one quick follow-up on I'm sorry, I'm spacing on what page it was, the criteria, there it is. The procurement preparation, RFP, I see experience and qualifications, references, proposed schedule, staging plan, pricing. How does quality assurance come into that play?
So what is in the presentation is the example from the Rainbow Road expansion. So currently our new evaluation criteria, we are taking that more into account. And so if you were to look at the evaluation sheet from then to now, you would see definite differences and growth within how we are evaluating proponents.
Yeah, this is my jam. I used to do these contracts and procurement before.
Awesome.
So I understand what's necessary. Thank you very much for your answers.
You're welcome.
Ms. Armitage and then Deputy Mayor.
I will just add to Renee's answers. You had asked about the lessons learned and how they're utilized. I think it actually ties in to that procurement prep criteria for future ones. And now that we're including the past performance, we're not including past performance, but we're including that criteria on how you've done before and how you've executed projects. We can pull those lesson learns forward. And through the evaluation process, as we evaluate firms and staff are aware of a red flag, that is something that's usually brought up during those meetings that Renee holds with the review committee. And so I would say we're formalizing how that's happening.
Right.
And personally, I really, really am excited by that. We've had a couple different contractors and consultants who haven't performed to where they should have, and that's something that we need to have a corporate knowledge of, not just the staff who happens to be on that review that time. So that's something that we're looking at developing and continuing to utilize.
Really appreciate that. My philosophy is doing it right the first time, and so if we make sure that the people that we hire to do our projects or provide us with materials will actually provide us with what we're looking for, and we don't have to keep going back and forth through it. That criteria is very important to me in our procurement processes and contracting as well. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship, to Renee. Very informative presentation. Thank you. It's very thorough, the entire process, as it should be. There's a lot of diligence in place, which is fantastic. How do you determine if there is, or maybe there is too much red tape into all of this?
As in what? I don't.
As in, because as I'm, envisioning this, from the time a tender is put out and you go through the entire process, this can be quite time consuming because you have to be thorough, and I get that.
Yep.
But, how do we know if there are certain things that we're doing that is just too repetitive or there's just too much red tape? So, who's that objective person or group that'll identify any red tape into the process?
Well, part of the answer lies within the trade treaties and how we have to be responsible for the legislative requirements. And so that does feed into a little bit of red tape, for lack of a better word. We do try to streamline everything. And I'm blessed to have Andrea on the team. She is quick and turnaround, thorough, awesome, like seriously awesome. And as long as we get direction and we're following your direction as to priorities, that's kind of how we prioritize. Yes, Mr. Andrew.
Thank you through the chair to council. I guess in our process and in all the processes I've been a part of, there's not a lot of red tape that we can reduce per se, right? We've got all these agreements that we need to follow. There's the legislation, there's your case law and everything leading into it. What typically tends to be the biggest holdup is the manpower to actually evaluate these. So, for example, when we have one person in our project management office and we come forward with 12 capital budget items that person needs to manage, and all are in the millions of dollars range, and then you start to add 5 or 6 people, 2 or 3 of them sitting at this table, you know what our schedules look like, that actually tends to be the holdup, is actually the evaluation of the bids. I know I was guilty on one I participated in back in June of, like, it took me like 3 weeks to get through it because of the way my schedule was. So that's something we have to try to improve on internally. But again, it's just one of those those challenges of why bringing that capital budget in December and getting it approved so we can start this process in December for projects happening in July becomes so important.
It's very good. Thank you so much.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Ms. Spuler. Thank you for the presentation. It was very informative. I appreciate it very much. I did have some questions, and maybe they're a little bit too pointed to be answered right now, but we'll give it our best shot. So for the projects that we're going to happen before the end of Q1 next year, how can we make sure that those projects are going to finish on schedule?
Are you speaking of the reviews?
So basically, you're saying that we're doing this review for all the RFP process, which will dive into the teeth of our contracts. So the existing projects that we have under procurement already that are going to happen before Q1, do we have any teeth in those contracts or no? Like for finishing
yes.
schedule?
Short answer is yes, we do.
Okay.
The review basically for the CCDC, they've updated some of the contracts.
Good.
So we need to update the supplementary conditions, terms and conditions. And as far as the RFP templates, it's for streamlining it. That's all. We're not going to we're not going to change it fundamentally because we can't.
Sure.
As far as the city standard terms and conditions review, that's priority for me. We get feedback all the time from proponents asking for changes to 8.01, our supplier indemnity clause. So our plan is to sit down with legal counsel and put forth all of the examples we have of the change requests and come up with something robust that answers all of these so we don't get as many pushbacks on it, but still protects the city and mitigates our risk.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may add another comment to Councillor Grant's point, I guess, if I read between the lines on perhaps some conversation that's happened outside of this conversation, to your point of do we have teeth, I think is why it's so important that we're prepared in this process and ensure what goes in our contract is what we want to be in our contract. That's been kind of some of my comments lately. If we don't put it in someone's contract, it's really hard then to enforce it against them. So it's, again, taking some time and making sure we're planning up front to understand what are the key components of that project and the deliverables to make sure we've got those in a contract somewhere. And not just going, hey, we talked about it in a meeting somewhere, and therefore the supplier then knows this is our expectation.
Through osmosis somehow.
Exactly. Yeah. We have to put it in there.
Fantastic. And I have one more question as it relates to our RFP process, and it relates to local businesses.
Yep.
And how do we support our local businesses in that RFP process? Are we taking into account that they're local? Are we making sure that they're applying? How are we helping our businesses grow with the work that we're doing?
Well, that's a great question. We do have part of the policy actually addresses local businesses, that if they come in above a lowest value or something, we are allowed to accept it because they are local. Additionally, communication is key. And it would be really, I'm going to be working with communications here as well in the new year to get a portal set up on our website that kind of has all of the information, not just the opportunities that are currently available, and maybe work with comms to get flashes out or something. It's really, that's what it's about, right?
Mr. Edney.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add some further commentary to Councillor Grant's question, one of the things we have to be very careful with in our procurement process is the bias towards local. So the trade agreements are very specific in that to eliminate that bias towards local. And there was actually a case against a city larger than us a number of years ago that found them in contravention of all these free trade agreements because they were doing. It actually scares me a little bit, to be honest with you, that we're saying we can give something to a higher price just because they're local. So we'll have to take that offline because I know
Yes.
that's not what you meant.
No, it is not at all what I meant.
But yes, that actually ended up in court and they ended up losing because of that bias towards just awarding to local companies always. And the intent, of course, with the free trade agreements is that's great if we always start buying Chestermere, but then as Chestermere businesses go to Rocky View County and they say no, it becomes this perpetual cycle. So there's actually quite a bit of law behind that. That's something we have to avoid. On that note, we can encourage our local businesses to actually participate in the process, which I think is something we're not doing at this point, as much as we could be.
Right, correct.
Councillor Warzanowski and then Councillor Sample.
I have a number of questions, but I'd like to make some commentary. Thank you, Mayor Dean, in regards to the competitive bid process, and I know there's an evaluation criteria. So through the chair, Mr. Edney, and to you, Ms. Spuler, actually to Mr. Edney, you know that I've reviewed the procurement policy a number of times. It is stated in our procurement policy that a 5% price advantage will be given to locals for low-value procurement. So if there is a liability associated with that, we may want to review that policy. My question is in regards to liability and in regard, one through to you, Mrs. Spuler, you mentioned indemnification, LDs, CDs, and that's a certain way for us contractually to obligate our suppliers and subcontractors.
Right.
How often do they normally accept the Chestermere terms and conditions? And if they don't,
Right.
Are you feeling confident that it's still in our favor to keep our suppliers honest when it comes to their contractual obligations with price and delivery and other scope?
I would say that it's probably 90% of the suppliers accept our terms and conditions. They sign the contract and send it back. The 10%, as I said, are around the supplier indemnity clause. And I'm sorry, your second part of the question.
If they don't accept it, what is typically renegotiated? The indemnification clauses, CDs, LDs?
Just it's mainly the indemnification.
Do we have CDs and LDs as well? Consequential damages,
yeah, we
liquidated
do.
damages?
Yeah,
and they accept them?
Usually.
Okay, good. Do we enforce them? Is the next question.
That is a PMO question.
Okay, I'll ask one more question. I do have more, but I want to give Councillor Sandbo also a chance. Just a simple question. When we're in the procurement process, are our suppliers automatically disqualified if they are incomplete in their application, or is there a feedback loop?
There's a clarification period,
Okay.
usually 7 business days.
Clarifications based on what they're asking for clarification, or if they submit something and
On their
they forget one
submissions.
document,
No,
we'll
on
make
their
a clarification too?
submissions.
So a two-way clarification route. Thank you. Excellent.
Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through the chair, thank you very much for such a well-articulated process. that makes me happy. I've never been in procurement, but I've been a vendor on the other side, so I just have some things I'm curious about. Sure. And one of them is maybe about that red tape question that the deputy mayor brought forward. Mm-hmm. Do you do any kind of pre-qualification of vendors for larger projects? Anything that could expedite their applications? I'm not sure whether you request certain policies or trainings or evidence of that kind of stuff each time.
So I've been with the city for 5 years, and in one project we did do pre-qualification for that, and it was a pretty big project. It was the recreation center, and so we pre-qualified the construction company. We narrowed it down to 5, so we do that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I was just kind of curious about that because depending on what kind of information you're asking from the vendors, obviously that could simplify it quite a lot. So that's good to know. And on that same line of thinking, do you ever do any kind of, proactive procurement or term contracts? So I used to sell paper products, and we would occasionally do contracts for a certain period of time at a certain price point. Do you do that kind of thing as well?
Yeah. How's that? That is a plan that we have kind of discussed going forward. Originally, when the procurement policy was implemented here, it was to help the project management group within the community growth and infrastructure team to roll out their capital projects. The policy was written with the idea that it would be a centralized procurement office where we do all of the buying for the city. And that has been conversations that we have been having and have been trying to move forward. But unfortunately, as Mr. Edney alluded, the workload is large and our numbers are low. So yeah, it's there. We want to do that, so.
So if I'm understanding, resourcing is a limitation to some of the things you would like to do.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, can I just clarify something you said there? So
Sure.
The only time that you recall within the last 5 years that we did a pre-qualify was for the recreation center. Mm-hmm. Do you know why that pre-qualification was done?
Not really.
Okay.
I wasn't privy.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
If I had my professional opinion,
Sure.
I'd say it's to narrow down the cumbersome task of evaluating 20 submissions for the
Right.
construction
Yeah, no,
of a
fair.
multi-phase project, right? And you can jump in.
No, you're good. Did you
No,
put
I
your
think
hand
she just-
up and down again? Is
I
that twice?
put it up and then she answered the question
Okay.
on my behalf. That's usually why we do a pre-qualification, is so that we don't end up with 65 bids and 58 of them are from people that aren't qualified to do it, but we still have to go through the process and give them a fair shake. So
Right.
that's something I used to use a lot of in my past. So it's something we'd like to look at.
Yep.
I think we'll look at doing a little bit more of as we go forward here. This probably isn't leading right into that question, but this is probably a good time, and I think Renee hit it. One of the things with this whole process is, Renee, you're probably the oldest person involved in this process from terms of being in the organization at 5 years. Tenured. Longest tenured, thank you. It's late in the day. But I think that's also one of the things we're working through too, is there's a lot of us. I think almost everybody else in this room is new in the last year. So again, we're all sort of learning and working through this process together. So I expect it'll be a much more streamlined in 2025, and especially then as we get into 2026.
No, that's fair. Great, thank you. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you through administration to the presented Renee. I have a question, how does the city ensure the capital budget project align with the community need and deliver value to the residents?
So I believe that comes within the project charter, and Sammy, perhaps you can address that. But when they make their justification, and I'm not usually involved in this part of it, they have to okay. Yeah. Pardon?
You don't have to turn it over to me,
No.
but through the chair, respectfully, that's council's job, right? Is to ensure the capital projects we do reflect what the values of the community are and the values of what you want to do. So that's the opportunity you get coming up in our budget discussions to decide what those priorities look like and make sure we're executing things that make sense.
Councilor Randawa.
Yeah, just one more. For that, like what effort is being made to ensure the public representative reflect the diversity into the community,
How do you mean?
including consideration of age, gender, ethnicity, like those.
Are you speaking of the proponents that the city engages in business with?
Yeah.
Well, that would fall under the social procurement aspect of it, and we would expect that the company would have the same values as the city. I don't know if that quite answers your question, but respectfully, I don't think we can tell someone how to do business, but we can get a good idea of how they do business, right? And if we want to work with them, let's make sure that they're doing the business that we want to do, how we want to do it.
Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through the chair, through Mr. Edney and to you, Renee, I'm very happy seeing your presentation, and I'm confident that our procurement policies are being followed despite how things may have been in recent times. So I'm glad to see that the train is back on the track, so to speak. Just a few comments that I would have is I know the question was raised about pre-qualification, and then I have a question also in regards to this flow chart. In regards to contract negotiations, when you're in contract negotiations, it's after you've already selected your potential proponent. There probably is a feedback loop. It's not reflected in the flow chart, nor is it reflected with the pre-qualification. But we may want to update the flow chart to show if you're in negotiations and all of a sudden you say no, we can't get to agreement, then you have to go back and select a new proponent. Same thing goes for maybe to streamline things. If you want to limit some of the bigger projects in regard, for example, the recreation, and then you might want to add in the flow chart is a pre-qualification required.
Right.
If not, then continue to procurement.
Right.
Just to speed things up, because what you save early will be hours later on if you have to review 100 people trying to build a rec center for you, as an example.
Absolutely. So this is a very high level process flow. I started the process flow, and then Andrea said, hey, are you going for lunch? Because I got so down into everything. And so that's why it's probably not reflected there, but it's on iterations. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just have one more question, if I could, through the chair, Mr. Edney. Pardon me? One more question, if I could. Like I said, through the chair, administration to you. The feedback loop, it seems like we do have a feedback loop during the project, and then the lessons learned are typically, you'd mentioned after the warranty period.
Right.
That's typically long after a project is completed.
Yeah.
So is there still a good feedback loop when the project is, let's say, executed and now warranty is being managed at commissioning stage or whatever stage of the project it's at? Because that's really when you really know, everything's fresh in our minds, right?
Right. And so that is under the project management office and the project management lead. But there is feedback, yes.
Okay.
And we do provide the reviews back and forth.
Thank you. Excellent.
Everybody good? Yeah. Everybody's good? Yeah. Everybody's good? Okay. So with that, I believe what you were looking for at this time was a motion to accept for information. Is that correct? Awesome. If I could get a counselor to make the motion that's on the screen, please. Counselor Worzanowski. Counselor Worzanowski.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Motion, the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the presentation outlining the request for proposal process and current initiatives, approved capital budget projects as information.
Questions, comments? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it. That
much.
was great. Thank you. Moving on now to item 7.2, the Deloitte report update presented by our CAO, Kent Edney.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to council. This is just a follow-up to one of our previous meetings where we reviewed the Deloitte recommendation spreadsheet, and the council approved myself sending off a report to the Minister of Municipal Affairs just on where we were at as far as completing the directives. At that time, we noted during the process that the spreadsheet we had presented was quite a bit out to date of where we actually are on all of these recommendations. So at this point, there should be a new spreadsheet in the back of your binder just attached. And what you'll notice is at this point, most of the recommendations have been completed that were recommended by Deloitte. The ones that aren't tend to be near the back of the sheet and are related to our human resources function. And many of the suggestions that came out of that, I believe all of you have met Mr. David Sheedy, our new Senior Manager of Human Resources. Where we say ongoing, these are things that he's actively working on towards implementing, and I expect they will be implemented shortly. One thing just to kind of comment about the Deloitte recommendations is they're here. I can assure you, as long as I'm here, they'll never be back to being here. I think something that's important when you read through these recommendations is I don't want to comment on previous administration prior to December 4th, 2023, but this is basic, like 101 business management, corporate governance, whatever term you want to use. I'm not sure where everything went sideways. I've heard a ton of stories and understand why it did. I just want to, I guess, assure with council that it was mentioned earlier today, not just do we have a new council, we have a new CAO, we have an entirely new executive team. Most of our senior managers are new. Most of our people are new, who understand what we need to be doing and doing it right. So as we start to bring the right people in to the organization, that's why we're quickly seeing all of these policies, processes, etc., come into place. There's something that should have been here. In my belief, they were things that were here, and just in the chaos of that period where municipal affairs was watching the city, they just got lost from being done. Now we're just back to getting into the regular flow of business, to use that term, and yeah, we're on a good path. We're on a very good path now. So, like I said, the few that are still outstanding at this point, I think you'll see will come with having a competent senior manager in place to just address some of these things.
Yes, thank you. As I'm sure Deputy Mayor Narayan will be able to support my comment on this. When both reports were released, but certainly while Councillor, at the time, Councillor Narayan and myself, now Deputy Mayor Narayan, when we were both on council at that time, there were a number of times where Minister MacIver made it abundantly clear that the directives were not onerous, but were, I believe the exact quote was, were the expectations that any resident would reasonably have of a municipality. And so, Mr. Edney, your comments would certainly stay in line with the sentiment that had been expressed from municipal affairs all throughout the process of not only the investigation, but the directives coming out, responses to the directives. Your sentiments, I would suggest, were certainly shared by both Minister Schultz and Minister MacIver, as they both expressed such during that time frame. And so it is good to see that we are getting things back on track. And like I said earlier, I also am excited about how council is really starting to really dig into the big picture of things. Administration is into the work, if you will, of the business, and well, that's kind of how it's supposed to be anyway. So with that, council, does anybody have any questions about the Deloitte report, or are we comfortable with making the motion to accept information? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had one clarification question. items 4, 5, and 6 on this report are talking about the risk level of internal controls. I'm kind of just curious what a high risk internal control is, if these internal controls have been ranked. It's on the first page, actually. So 4, 5, and 6 are talking about the risk of controls. 6 in particular says higher risk internal controls should be evaluated. And it didn't really come to mind what would be a higher risk internal control.
Yeah, I think through the chair, were you going to answer that?
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
Issues.
Sorry, Mr. Fluke, can you turn the mic on? There we go.
Thank you. I've spent a lot of time with this Deloitte report right from the inception and helping put together the information that the report was based on. And I just want to say a couple of things about it. Some of the issues in here are repetitive. It's telling us to have certain controls and things in place. The higher risk items would have been items that and processes that were not being followed even though the process was in place. So it could have been anything from procurement to expenses and expenditures and how we operate. And since this has come out, all of those higher risk issues would have been addressed. And if you want to get specific on it, I can go back and dig it up and find out specifically what they reference. But again, further to what Mr. Edney had commented on, almost since day one when we came in on December 4th, a bunch of us, we began making changes to all the processes that were ignored by the previous council and administration. And I think this report certainly reflects where we stand today. It's updated and where it says either ongoing or completed. There's only 9 issues that are listed as ongoing, so 88 of the 97 recommendations have been addressed and are in place. And if it helps, I can say with confidence that everything that's been completed and addressed has been done so properly.
Councillor Sambo.
I was going to say, I could just add to that. Yeah, so I think Mr. Fluker hit it on the head. The higher risk items would have been like expense report approving, right? Of making sure there's a process you're actually going through to allocate those funds properly. One of the biggest ones would have been invoice approving and payable. Like for now, every invoice gets a purchase order, it gets a signature, a code, an approved requisition at the orderer level. It goes through the manager, goes through the director. It actually skips me right now and goes to the mayor. So the question we've had is, should I see it? But again, if I'm trusting my 3 levels of directors who then are trusting their levels of managers who are then trusting their people doing it, we have 4 levels, I guess, of approval before anything gets paid at this point. So those would have been like the high risks of pretty easily to put $1 million invoice there to a fraudulent company that we've eliminated now at this point. So those are really where your main risk things would have came from a financial perspective.
And each week when my eyeballs hit those, I come back to administration sometimes with one question and go, why was this paid for example? And sometimes it's up to 9 questions. Now, there have been no concerns, but within that process, there is that follow-up that is happening within that at every level all the way through the process.
If I can just add one more comment, it's just kind of a story about the process here. Everything that falls under my purview for a signature, I didn't understand that I only had to stamp and approve the cover page while I should read everything. I was actually reading everything, stamping every document and signing it until somebody in finance says, you dummy, you don't need to stamp every page. But I can assure you that I read every page. And if something in there doesn't feel right, I'll take it back to finance or whoever it is and get clarification. Mm-hmm. Now, could something be missed? If it is, it's going to be a very small item. But the processes that are in place are significant, and we're watching all the money for sure.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you. And through the chair, I just wanted to say that's great to know. Thank you. I was trying to understand what kind of risk we're talking about. It sounds like more on the financial end, and I don't need more detail. It sounds like it's well taken care of. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. If there's no other questions or comments, we'll move to the motion. Councillor Schindler. Well, you've been bugging me to read a motion. You were real upset a minute ago. Now I'm trying to get you to read a motion.
Okay, I was sorry. Sure. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the Deloitte report update for information.
Great. Comments, questions? And we'll call for the vote. Great. Sorry. Thank you. That's carried. Then our standing items that we have on our agenda. First of all, update on school sites. I don't see a name beside this one, so I'm not sure. Oh, Ms. Armitage, you flinched first, so we'll go with Ms. Armitage.
Note to self, less body language. I don't really have an update today. We're working through the final details of the agreement and getting the land transfer to occur. And we are working with both school boards on plans for upcoming schools and getting those onto the provincial priority list.
So in driving by the K-9 site for the public school in Dawson, I noticed now that there are a number of stakes with flags out. It looks much more ready to go than it did even a week ago. Do we have any other timelines on that specific site right now?
I do know that the school board was doing a geotechnical evaluation, and I believe they were doing some water stuff, if memory serves me correctly, that'll go through the next week or so. And then I believe the developer will have the lands back to be able to continue getting their grading sorted out. Really, we've hit a huge milestone on that one, and it's flatter, which is a good thing in school readiness. The loam pile has caused a lot of gray hairs for me personally, but for other people as well. And we are going so far as to put in the MDP language around future school sites will not be utilized for loam storage. That will have implications for the development community because they are a prime location, but I'm not reliving this.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to some conversations that we're going to be having with the development community coming up here in the next few weeks to work with them on that. I think our development community very much wants to work with us. And so I think it's going to be advantageous for us to have some positive conversations with regards to this. But I also think that it's good for the city to be very clear that school sites are a priority. We need to have them ready to go. And the model that doesn't necessarily work for us, given our current situation with schools, is rooftops before school. Because we got to have some sites that are ready to go, because unfortunately we are still playing a little bit of a catch-up game when it comes to our schools, and that is not private information by any means. Everybody's aware. So, great, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions with regards to schools, Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, I'm wondering if we have an update on the Catholic school site, as it was the one approved a few years ago for design funding. So I'm just wondering where we're at with that.
The Catholic K-9?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we did have a development permit application come in, and we did provide an approval on that development permit application. My understanding is the province now, with the school board, is doing a tender process that takes them quite a long time. So where we can, we will support that, but being very cognizant of the fact that it's not our tender, not our process, and we have to respect FOIP legislation in terms of questions asked with landowner permission. So something we will support any way we can within the confines of our role in that.
Perfect. Thank you. I was just looking for the status of it really, right? So it's all good.
Any other questions with Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question's through you to whoever on administration, probably Liz, I imagine. I've received a few different questions from residents. what did I hear that the soil has been moved on the Rockview K-9 spot, or were you saying that's happening? You said it's flatter. So is that removed now?
I think the person who can give us the most up-to-date answer on the flatness of that site is actually your worship, because he lives near there.
My backyard. Yeah, so what it is that the loam pile was on the school envelope, the building envelope side. It has now been moved to the playfield side. The building envelope side is what I was talking about. And so that's what, when Ms. Mcintosh says that they're doing the topographical studies, that's what's happening. And so that's what I have seen now happening with that site. So the school, like the building envelope site, is as ready to go as I don't think there's much more to be done. I think it'll now depend on what the study comes back that Rocky View Schools through infrastructure is doing right now.
I can add to that. I'll use some technical terms that I don't know what they mean. Currently, the water level measurements in the standpipes that have been installed that data is being collected. I have no idea what that means. I know what water level is, but anyways. And after that, once that is done, the developer will go back onto site to do final grading, and they are hoping to be able to do seeding before the end of this season. That is, who knows when the end of the season is. I think the construction industry is thrilled with our current weather, but who knows when that actually is. It could be tomorrow, unfortunately.
And sorry, is this for the K-9 or is this for the future
The
high
Catholic
schools?
K-9.
That's for the Catholic K-9.
No. That's for the RVS K-9.
Rocky View
RVS.
K-9.
Rocky View Schools K-9 in Dawson.
Gotcha. Great. Thank you. The other question that I have here, I've received in a lot of different ways. Do we have any pulse on when we'll be able to seek funding for the high school at this time?
We do not seek that funding. That
Apologies,
comes from
I understand that. When collectively all the involved parties.
my knowledge is that is currently underway.
Yes.
Yeah. And we will do everything in our ability to support that. And I believe that there's some discussions around possibly having a joint recreation and high school site to potentially increase our chances of additional funding. Those things are all underway.
Yes.
I don't have any concrete updates on when or how.
There are a lot of conversations that are happening right now to expedite the funding model to get to approval for the building funding. If no one else has any questions about school sites, make a motion to accept the information on the school sites as information. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the school site update for information.
Questions, comments? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Standing item on recreation. Councillor Grant, am I able to turn to you if there's an update at all, or would you like to wait till we do committee reports with regards to recreation?
Yeah, that probably makes more sense to wait.
To wait on the recreation side? Sorry. CAO, Mr. Edney. Yeah, you almost got a big promotion there. Sorry, Deputy Mayor Ryan. Well, I know.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through the chair to council, just quickly, only real update from administration on the recreation side is we're working on an MOU with Rocky View Schools just to, that's something they need to engage with us on the discussion around the rec center. So that's underway, something Kathy and KD are working with right now.
Great, thank you. If there's no other questions, make a motion to accept for information. Can I have a councillor make the following motion? Councillor Randhawa.
I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the school site update for information.
Not school sites, should be recreation.
For the So I move that the Governments and Priority Committee accept the recreation update for information.
Yes, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Okay, great. Thank you. And then finally, committee updates with Council and Ledge Services and our CAO's indulgence. I'd like to take the lead on this one for a moment, if I will. So the idea behind our committees is my personal feelings on the matter is that committee work is really important because it's a way that you are able to quickly get a involvement from your community, feedback from your community, and be able to continue conversations forward and help council to make a further well-rounded information decision, make better decisions based on the information that they have in front of them. Right now, we have a bit of a cumbersome process that I would like to actually open up that for the conversation so that we can move some things forward. As we heard earlier in this conversation, and so this goes back to the big picture that we were talking about. As we heard earlier today, there's going to be a process implemented. So administration is going to be working on a new committee bylaw. Currently with our committee bylaw, we have this little provision in there about the minutes coming to council. There's also been a very strong desire from this council that we would like to have information as councillors as to what's going on in other committees. We can't all be there for every conversation that's happening all of the time. And so to mitigate some of our communications issues, we all know that one of the things that happens is there is a weekly update that goes out from me to council, unless there's more of a immediate need to share information, and when that happens, our CAO follows a very similar process. There's also the process whereby councillors email in the CAO, and then the CAO responds to all of council with the answers to that. So the whole idea of this process was, how can we ensure that we are having conversations about the work that is happening within our committees. So whether that is done through the process of minutes that are taken, and then the minutes come to GAP, and so that we're not necessarily doing the approval process. So to do that, that would be the change that happens in our committee that happens in our bylaw, because we have a bit of a cumbersome process there. So to answer that, one of the things that we tried was to come up with the form that council unanimously approved to move forward, where council would be filling out the form, again, approved by all of us, that this was the process that we were going to be doing. The purpose of this conversation is, now that we have tried that, driven the car down the street a little bit, we may not be the biggest fan of that. However, what I would suggest is, I don't think that there is a desire from council to not hear about work that is happening in committees, because that's what the entire purpose of this was. The entire purpose was to provide us all an opportunity, so that, because we're all interested in everything, right? And so, but we're all not attending everything. I have said, I'm not going to the recreation coalition, task force meetings. And however, I would like to have more than just minutes coming back, because our minutes for those meetings should be done the same as a council meeting minutes, where it's basically, here's the decision that was made, but it doesn't capture the flavor of the conversation. Whereas what I would love to see is, when, as chair of our rec task force, for Councillor Grant to come back and say, here's some big highlights of what's happening at the rec committee right now. When Councillor Sambo is going out to Community Futures Wild Rose, chances are good I'm never going to go to one of those meetings unless I end up on that committee. I would love to hear back, so that council has an update as to what that committee is working on, so that councillors Randhawa and Councillor Schindler can also then update us on high-level items that are happening, say, within the library board. Myself and Councillor Warzanowski can come back with things that are happening at the CMRB, because if I'm unable to attend, then as the alternate, Councillor Warzanowski attends, and those meetings are happening all the time. So that's the intent of all this. So I don't want to go through each one of these reports that we have done. This is more of a, how does council want to proceed, and what does council want this to look like? Because the way that we share information and be public with our information is at council meetings. So the idea of having a council report is exactly what I was just talking about, is that it gives then the council an opportunity to update all of council and the public as to the things that they are working on, right? Because there's lots of questions that come up about, well, what is the CRB and what are they doing? Why doesn't the mayor just come back and tell council what is happening with CMRB? And we would do that at the GAP meetings, right? And the same thing with the other task force and the other things that are happening. So I would like to open up this for either a conversation about process or very quickly, I wouldn't even mind just going down the line. Thank you for the submissions that we have, but I wouldn't even mind going down the line and just saying, starting with Councillor Grant to my left, how are things going on the rec committee? Do you have any kind of 2 or 3 updates from that committee as to what's happening? And then also providing opportunity then for Councillor Narayan and Councillor Sambo, who also sit on that committee, if they feel like Councillor Grant missed something, that they could then make further comment. Does that make sense? So, Councillor Grant, can you just give council a quick update as to where we are with the task force for rec?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess to council, straight to council. So we have had 2 Mayor's Task Force for Recreation meetings, and these meetings have largely focused on getting the members of public up to speed with what we know. We're doing an exhaustive effort in making sure that everybody is starting from the same standpoint, that we all understand our deficiencies very well, and we are understanding the priorities as identified in the rec assessment by RC Strategies. Last meeting, November 5th, we had Mike Roma from RC Strategies come out and present the needs assessment for rec that he presented to us, and he answered the committee's questions the same way he did ours. It was very informative. It was very thorough. We took about 3 hours to go through the whole report, so there was lots of questions asked, and Mike was very helpful actually in answering those questions. And yeah, I think that's it. We're just trying to get everybody at the same playing field so we can break into our subcommittees and start getting down to the nitty gritty of those projects.
Councillor Ryan, Councillor Sambo, anything to add to that with regards to the Recreation Committee? Awesome. Thank you. Grant Adjudication Committee. So this is Councillor Sambo, Councillor Grant. Any updates? Granted, Councillor Grant is nodding this way. So Councillor Sambo, he just passed the torch to you. I'm just throwing it out there. So any updates from Grant Adjudication for council at this time?
Thank you, Your Worship. I suppose I can say we completed this most recent round of application that came through, and that went through council already, so everybody's aware of that. There's been a lot of conversation with that committee about the ideology of granting and how that ties into the conversations happening with the not-for-profit task force as well. And I think there's a lot of room to change things and adjust things and calibrate things to a growing community. So we'll have to see where that goes in the coming months.
I also think that there's going to be an opportunity for Councillor Randhawa, myself, Councillor Grant, Councillor Sambo, and our CSS department, especially our manager, Ruby Brar, to be able, and Mariel as well, to have some conversations about the synergies between what the task force for not-for-profits is working on and what the grant adjudication is working on, especially with those conversations, right? Because they are separate, and there's some learnings that are happening, right? So one of the things that comes out is the conversation about, well, why doesn't council, for example, just be the FCSS committee? Well, legislatively, we can't. there has to be a separate committee. And so I think it'd be good for us to have some of those conversations. And again, at a GAP meeting, this is where we're able to bring some of those things forward to, because I think there can often be some misunderstandings that exist in the public, right? And I think when it comes to grant rewards, there's some misunderstandings that I think we can be clearer about. So I know that that's happened at the adjudication committee. Councillor Renée and I think she will have my back on this when we say we clarified a lot of information for the not-for-profits in regards to the process, because there were a lot of misunderstandings within our community about how the process actually worked. And so I do think, just so the public is aware, I do think that we'll see those committees come together a little bit to have some the council representatives on those committees come together to have some conversations so that those councillors can then also then go back to those committees and help facilitate some of those conversations. I think it's going to be a valuable, again, that's not administrative work, just looking at it from that governance standpoint. Police Communications Committee, so this is Councillor Randhawa, Councillor Narayan. Councillor Randhawa, you jumped first, so.
Thank you, Your Worship. So on that one, so right now, because the cold winter starts, so our CMP has a Operation Cold Star. So it means when residents, they in the morning, they turn on the car to heat up and they leave the keys there. So 113 participants is, they found they did not unlock the lock the vehicle, so it got stolen like that. So normally what they do, they knock at the door, the key they turn off the vehicle and give to the residents, knock on, so prevent the things. And the other thing is the peace officer have reported increasing patrol in a school zoning and the John Peak Park. And the main thing was we have the pedestrian walking through the Lakeshore Manor, majority the senior walk, and there is so many times even I seen there's, because they walk slowly and drivers don't have a patience and they start driving even they are walking, and that is actually the talk in the committee. If from city perspective of a point we can make something like there is light but bit broader, like stop the senior is walking or something, because they are independent living and senior do walk through that crosswalk to go to Safeway and others. So that is actually, there is one of the member is eyewitness to, is almost to the near hit the senior walking on the walker. So because the lights goes off for a certain amount of time but they still don't clear the pathway, so we need to address that issue. For that is the main thing, and that's the main.
Great, thank you. Anything? He's good. Okay. Our next one is Calgary Municipal Development Committee. So this is myself and Councillor Warzanowski. Councillor Warzanowski, if you don't mind, with your indulgence, I will just say that Councillor Warzanowski and I have had one meeting so far. We have another upcoming meeting. And what's exciting with this committee is we are certainly, as is happening with JPA, we're having a lot of conversations about the internet connectivity between Calgary and Chestermere on the east side of Calgary, west side of us, because the public's been very clear about the pinch points we're having right now getting in and out of Chestermere. And so for that work to happen, that's where a lot of that work is going to happen, from that relationship building that is happening with our administrations, and certainly between Calgary City Council and Chestermere City Council through the work that myself and Councillor Warzanowski are doing with not only that one, but also through CMRB, as well as the intermunicipal with Rocky View. All of those conversations are really important as we figure out we are all aware of the pinch points that we are experiencing right now, and to address those, it's going to be really important that we work regionally. Councillor Warzanowski, any further thoughts on that? Or
No, the only comment I would make, Mayor Dean, is that there is a difference between all of the neighboring committees, whether it's the Rocky View Intermunicipal, the Calgary Intermunicipal, the JPA2, or the CMRB. And as everybody would expect to understand the CMRB is thinking of the entire region, whereas our intermunicipal committees are typically the neighborly challenges that we have and we want to achieve together. I would say, by and large, everybody's bought in to all of those different committees, being our neighbors, and certainly we show up in our best, to participate as best we can. And the largest issue, I think, in those committees, especially when the IMC, is the 17th Avenue. And I know that councillor of that ward that neighbors us to the west, this is his last term, and he certainly wants to leave with at least some level of approval along that corridor. But it's still early stages to know, but they're looking for money, funding, anything they can to kind of get that approved.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Just to add quickly to that comment, I met with Calgary CAO last week on that exact topic. So both municipalities are working hard at that pitch point.
There's a lot of conversations that are going on with that. And so, again, this is why we want to update council, right? Because we're not all there. And so there are. And so I am confident that there's going to be some updates coming from administration here in the near future with regards to that, especially as we're looking at budget 2025. I'm feeling confident there's going to be some conversations with regards to that. Yes, sorry, Councilor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The only other thing I would mention that is notable at the CMRB is the CMRB board did nominate and hire a full-time CAO as of about 2 weeks ago. So that's the biggest news from the CMRB. It's early stages. Time will tell. But they have a chief at the helm, and she's well regarded, and we'll see what happens. Thank
She
you.
comes with a lot of experience. She's been on CMRB for a while.
That's right. Thank you.
The Community Futures Wild Rose Board, Councillor Sambo, is there an update from that committee at this time?
Thank you. I'm learning all about the Community Futures system, which is a network all across Canada. And the Community Futures Wild Rose is the one that we're a part of. So it's an interesting organization that I really didn't know much about until I was appointed to that board. And their core function is to act as a lender for small businesses in the region, particularly those who are denied by banks. So it's a nice little incubator, and it gives people a good start. I find the organization is really fantastic at balancing head and heart, and the administration is really good. So the priority is really building up businesses and giving people opportunities and creating jobs and all that kind of stuff. So that's been really fun. There's also a campaign that they're starting that will affect us next year. Will be the fourth zone out of 4. But it's a campaign where people can nominate local businesses, and it's kind of an excellence, business excellence type thing, and promoting businesses. So as we get closer to that, I'll be bringing that to council. We do need to appoint an alternate for Community Future, so I know that's on the docket.
On the 19th, yeah.
Yep. But other than that, I'm really enjoying being on that board. It's really interesting and a great learning opportunity for me as well.
Awesome. Thank you. I do know, my understanding is that the CDAC committee is still exploring dates to set up a meeting here. There's been some scheduling conflicts that have happened with that one. The Mayor's Task Force for Not-for-Profits, we have had 2 meetings so far. We were supposed to have a third, but this guy decided that it was a good idea to get sick for a week, and so missed some time. But that's Councillor Randawa and I, and we've had some really good conversations with our not-for-profit community, and now we're at the part now where we're really going to set some direction. And I'm confident that we're going to be bringing back some directional conversations when we come back to council here in the future. And I believe that would kind of cover off where we're at for committee updates at the time, unless there is a councillor who's feeling like there's a committee, that there's an update from a committee that they would like to speak to that they're on. Councillor Worzanowski.
I'll keep this short and sweet. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just some feedback from, I do sit as a council representative on the chamber, and we have a meeting with them tomorrow. So they did not supply me with the minutes from the last meeting, but I just want to give administration, through the chair administration, some feedback. The chamber did say in former years that they were getting emails and information from the city in regards to any business that's been registered, because they'd like to engage those new businesses. They can't remember the last time they've received any of that information, so they'd just like to ask if they could get back on that mailing list so they can try to engage some of those new businesses in our community.
I can confirm that when I was president for the Chamber of Commerce, that did happen. That was a regular process that happened. As president, I got an update once a week, once every couple of weeks from the city, and that was certainly something that was included.
I will also add that they did have their awards, their annual awards ceremony, and that's all over Facebook, and you can check. There's been a lot. There was strong subscription. Murray and I were both there. It was a really good time, and I think it recognized businesses within the city of Chestermere of all levels, from a small home-run business right up to the largest private employers in the city. So that was a lot of fun, and they like to continue to have more events, and we'll update you after tomorrow's meeting for next GAP meeting. Thank you.
So, council, now that we've had a run at this, how do we feel about process-wise as we are redeveloping our committee's bylaw? How do we feel about the process being that councilors would bring the minutes to the next GAP meeting after they have their meeting, and then just give a verbal update with the minutes included? Does that suit with everybody? So we can scrap the template that was done, and we will bring the minutes and give a verbal update. Does that fit with everyone? Now, I don't think we can make that motion right now at a GAP meeting, no, but we can just do that as a process. Perfect. So if everybody's happy with that, good. Okay. So then, can I get a counselor to make the following motion that's on the screen, please? Counselor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priorities Committee accept the committee updates for information.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you, and that's carried. And I believe we're at adjourn the meeting. If there's nothing else from Ledge Services, and Councillor Randhawa is all over this every time. This is her motion. Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the Governance and Priority Committee meeting adjourned at 4:28 p.m.
Call for the vote. Great, thank you. That's carried. Thanks, everybody.
Just a quick reminder for council.